All right. Let's see if this is working. Ooh, gothy. Oh shoot, I forgot to grab power. All right. Let me, let's see here. Let's transition here. And Jesus Jones, man. Alright. That's weird. Why would it do it twice? Oh man, really? Can I edit this? Fix it in any way? Oh, well, that's stupid. No. Add a single picture. Blur. Oops. Dude, man. A deadly fork, Mr. X in. Let's go. Can you guys? Let me know if this is working or not. Yeah, I know. It's either that or like the crappy interior of this hotel room. It's one or the other, baby. One or the other. It's working well. Fantastic. Well, I'm counting on you guys to let me know if it eats shit or if it sucks or anything. I had a weird audio glitch earlier. I can't get the music to play through. I can't get any background music to play, so I've just kind of got some music kind of bleeding through the microphone a little bit, which is lame as hell, but what the hell else am I going to do? And outside, we have screaming children non-stop. Just non-fucking-stop. There's a little area right outside my door where the children just go and scream. You'll hear it. I was just about to go to bed, but my SID senses were tingling. Aw, mate. Well, what is it? It's Saturday night. Oh, it's pretty late, though, isn't it? Oh, wait, I'm 2 hours ahead. Let me see. What time is it in Germany? Forgot.
In Berlin, Germany, it's 2:22 a.m.
Damn. Yeah, it's late night. Oh, you just told me too. 222. All right. Well, welcome in, mate. I hope it looks good. This rig is really, really janky that I got going on. So, God knows if it's any good. Let me see. Okay, so YouTube's working. Looks like, hey, Leo, over on the YouTube. Let's go, mate. Welcome in. Thank you for joining. Again, you guys let me know if there's any problems with this stream. I'm really running bare bones on this, so I don't know. It looks okay, but looks can be deceiving. What's fun is I have it set up in studio mode where you do the DJ thing where you queue up what you're going to do and then you go over to it. Jesus Christ, these fucking kids, they just scream nonstop. And it's 7:30 at night. Dub horns from Timu. Yeah, it's annoying. I don't know, and there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I've told them to shut the fuck up several times, and their parents just look at me like really big stink eyes. Like, how dare you talk to my child like this? And I'm like, talk? I'm screaming at the fuckers. Let's see. So the plan for today is to uh-oh.
Yo, yo, yo. What is going on, Sid?
Whimsical Ravioli with the 47 months. Let's fucking go. Question, did that come through on y'all's end? Did you hear the bonk bonk? It played through my speakers lightly, but I don't know if you guys... Ah, bummer. It says they're 100% up. Oh, let's see. Oh, monitor and output. All right, let me do a little test here. Let me try again. Oh, you heard it, Leo? You only heard it for the bleed over the microphone. 10-4. Let me try something real fast here. I'm gonna try to see if I can get that to replay activity. Okay, how about then?
Yo, what is going on, Sid?
Let's see if so sound alerts works, I think. Yeah, the regular words should have worked too. Fuck. Ah, so lame. Still nothing. Bummer. All right. Well, the audio on this is so weird. I've spent over an hour trying to get this to set up and work correctly, and like tried everything I could think of. So my apologies very much that the mic sounds good. Get this. I'm using the mic built into the Mac. I was using the AirPods, but it sounded really weird. It was doing its kind of noise canceling thing, and it just made my voice sound really odd. So I was like, I guess I'll use the headphones. Or I'll use the built-in. I don't know. I just let it play through the stupid speaker, I guess. Well, cool, guys. I'm glad you guys could come in. Oh, here, let me turn the camera. Lusty Bard, welcome in. Hotel Sid, indeed. I got screaming kids outside. It's so much fun. Here, let's see. Yeah, you really don't see it. Oh my. Oh. Oh well, there's your problem. Well, part of it. I think my door opened up. So. Yeah, I think my door was open. I didn't realize it. That really fucking helps. They're like way quieter. So, Hotel California. I'm in the San Antonio, which really has so little to overlap with California. But whatever, man. Can I make that look better? It's kind of nicer. I don't know. It doesn't fucking matter. It's gonna be dark in like 20 minutes. Maybe they have a Hotel California in San Antonio. I think you're missing the key part of California. You here for the Windows? Thank you. Me too. So hopefully this stream will work out. The plan I had was to do some KiCAD work. I've got like a browser and KiCAD scene set up so I can switch between the two. and we should be able to manage it. I don't know. It's a lot of plates to spin. Here's the thing I was gonna do. You know, I have a TV, you know, in my hotel room, and I brought all the stuff to plug it in. But man, hotels, like, they really lock out their TV, and sometimes they'll let you like have an input, but it won't be that great. I couldn't get it to work at all. They've got that thing locked down tight. It kept like it wouldn't send an EDID like at all, and I couldn't get the computer to recognize it. I tried to like force an EDID. I tried all this stuff, and it's something with the TV where they've got it jacked so it just tells it it's this weird resolution that it sits back, and the computer just keeps going. Oh. So hope the support does not run out for the Windows man. What? Hey, Foil Hats, welcome in. Hack a TV stream. Do you have a soldering iron? And so, mate, honestly, this is the weirdest way I've ever seen it built. I don't even entirely get it. I believe everything is coming down the coax line, and then for Chromecasting, which is the one thing it'll let you do is like a Chromecast. It has this little box plugged into the HDMI, like literally, like a little box, and it just has a power cable to it. So I believe it's like a local like Wi-Fi Bluetooth thing, and that's it. And I tried to trick it, you know. I tried to do the Chromecast. You know, I might. Ooh. No, I tried. I tried a bunch of crap. I could not get it to work, and I just kind of gave up after a while. But the good news is I won't. This is one of 2 hotels I'm going to be at. So I'll be at another hotel in a few days, and that'll have entirely different services. So we'll see. Activate hotel turret client access. I know, right? Well, what's funny is it's locked down. There's even a tag like "Do not tamper," and I was already working on my story when I saw that. I'm like, tamper? No, I'm not from Tamper. Foil hat, not Foil Hats. TMBO, welcome in. Why are you in a hotel together, Sidward? And do we have dabs? Yeah, So that's something a little weird. I gotta share with you guys. It's like part of me is like, should you? So, where? This isn't what I want. There we go. I want. There we go. Non-allusion to UK coax. Let me see. Oh my god, I have a million browser windows. It's so fucking annoying. I have like 20 windows open. I'm used to just having them on a string of monitors. This is way worse. Hey, you nailed it. You nailed it. That UI looks identical. That UI looks identical. Foil Hats, good call. Yeah, and I've seen something similar, but usually you can like plug something in the HDMI to let you like pipe something in, but this just wouldn't let it. So hopefully at the next hotel we'll have better luck. The internet here is really good though. I get better upstream than I do at home. So, yeah, challenge sticker, exactly. So what happened to the dabs? There's no dab redeem on the road trip. So, oh gosh, how do I put this into story? Let me, all right, I'll tell you a quick story. So I came here and I brought 2 little cartridges to smoke with, and like first day I got here and everything, it worked, but it would like the thing was kind of weird and it always kind of burned, and I was like, ugh, that's annoying. And then I went to or no, I'm sorry. Then like the next day, I got up and like I went to take a hit and it wouldn't work. Like no smoke came out, and so I was like, oh man, this sucks. Oh well. And then I messed with it later. I tinkered. I tried everything to try to get it to work, but it just wouldn't work. And and I posted in the dis. Oh hey, let's go. New follow over there, KVNBG. I feel like I just it feels like a password. Welcome into the channel, mate. Thank you for the follow. I posted in the Discord like for 36 hours. I didn't have anything to smoke, and it's kind of annoying. But honestly, it wasn't. It's far from the end of the world. I was like, oh well, this is not fun. But when I do smoke, oh, it's going to be great. So I kind of looked at it that way. And then, oh man, that bar is hanging. That's funny. I just realized that. Let me fix this. This is killing me inside. There we go. So what was it? Yesterday I got done about 3 o'clock, and I went to, what do you call it? So I walked to this smoke shop. I'm out in the middle of nowhere, and it was like a little under a mile, and I'm like, oh, it's 89 degrees. And in Phoenix, that's fine. I can do 89 all day. But I forgot I was in Texas, and it was like miserable. I was just dripping sweat. My eyes were stinging. I made it to a liquor store place, and like I went in and they had like a beer freezer thing, and I just went to the beer freezer and cooled off for a bit, and then I like asked for a battery, but they didn't have it. I knew they didn't have it. And then I finally wound up at the smoke shop, and this was supposed to be a short story. Fuck me. So I got to the smoke shop. I was like, hey man, I need a new battery for my cart. It's I need a new battery for my cart. And he hooks me up. And then I'm like, well, there's no fucking way I'm walking back. So I call like a Uber Lyft. While I'm waiting, I take a couple of drags off of it. Get a little bit of a buzz, but nothing intense. And I was like, I guess I smoked too much. And then I got back to my hotel room. I got up to my room. And I was just, I felt gross and sticky. And my plan was to work on OBS and get it prepped for today. And so I was like, all right, well, let me take a shower. Let me just put some clean clothes on and just, I'll feel nice and clean. As soon as I got up and started walking to the shower, the whole world just kind of shrank for a second and then came back. I don't know how else to describe it. And I was, and I said out loud, like, not fucking now, no. And I put my hand on my chest, and I could feel my heart just beating out of my chest. I threw my watch on and confirmed I was having an SVT. And, but I was like, I'm kind of in the best situation right now to try to get it out. So for those who don't know, an SVT, I'm going to fuck up the pronunciation. It's a supraventricular tachycardia. And it's basically your heart beats at like, it's like a gear shift is cranked up. So my heart was at 210 BPMs. And I think that's kind of where the thing stops, the Apple Watch. I don't think it goes above 210. So it was at least that. And this will be the fourth one I've had. And typically, like you can get yourself out with what's known as a Vegas maneuver, which I know it's to split queens, but and when the dealer's showing 3, but this is a different kind of Vegas maneuver. Now it's you have to you basically have to reset your body, and so you can do a vagus maneuver by popping your ears, like gagging a little bit, like get your gag reflex enabled. What's the other one? You can bear down like you're gonna shit, splash cold water on your face, all of that. So that's what I did. I was already getting ready to go in the shower, so I just stripped down, had my watch on so I could monitor my rate, and I just would splash myself with cold water, really try to gag and get my gag. I don't know, just trying to gag and stuff. I'm sure someone thought I was sick if they walked by and heard me. And I did all those things. I did it 3 times. Like I got out, I tried to rest, I couldn't get it, so I jumped back in, and the 3rd time it snapped. Like I even got this little chill when I got in the shower, and I think it was that chill that was that reset. And I was fine ish. It started to drop back down. I decided to take a regular shower. I still had a pretty high heart rate of about 130 or so, but that's not an SVT. That's just it calming down. And then I just took a really long nap. And I put 2 and 2 together because the last 2 I've had, I was smoking a vape pen, and I kind of suspected there was something in the glycine or whatever that's in there that was doing it. And so I have like, it is a different cartridge too. Like the other one I've been smoking out of, but I put a new cartridge on, and so I'd never smoked it before, and I was like, oh man, that must be it. So no dabs. I'm just not gonna smoke unless I can find someone to smoke me out, like give me have a jazz cigarette or something. But I don't. I got a dab for a while. Do you get pain with it? Not really. It kind of feels weird, like on the right side of my chest. But it's not like it's not chest pains. Yeah, bearing down and beta blockers. I'm not proud of this, but I've been really lazy about going to the doctor, and but I've been told I can get beta blockers from a doctor, and so when I get back home, I'm gonna definitely work on that, because usually they happen once every couple years, but this has happened recently, and it's always the same circumstances. So I don't know what it is, but it's not worth getting high over, right? It's not worth smoking weed over, right? Breaking down is the best. Make sure to see a doctor when you're back home. Yeah, that's the plan, Mr. X. When I get back, I'm just going to call a cardiologist. I'm going to humbly admit I'm a big fucking old man. I don't want to. I know that. I get it. I'm going to have to humiliate myself there, but whatever. Doctors can't do anything for him. Yeah, I can go to the ER, and I even thought about, like, right when I came out of the shower the 3rd time, and I didn't know it had kicked in, I was like, all right, man, put your clothes on, call an Uber, go to the nearest ER and get this looked at. But then it kicked out, and I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna take a nap. I've heard, well, they don't. So, Mr. X, I've been to the ER like twice over this, and all they do is verify that you're not in experiencing one right then. They don't really do anything. It's kind of just like best practices, I guess. I don't know. I've heard there were clinical cases back in my home country from sketch vapes. They are banning them now. Yeah, and you know what, foil hats? I've never had an issue until recently, and I kind of wonder if there's just like something wrong in the industry with these vapes, and people are putting weird shit in there or something. But I mean, again, it's not fucking worth it to me. And I never even liked vapes that much. It was just kind of like a necessity. So, I don't know. it's a little bit embarrassing, but I mean, you guys are gonna figure out eventually. You have already checked. They have already checked his heart. If he knows he has SVTs, it's diagnosed because it's an extra electrical activity between the artery and ventricular. Yeah, it's just a scary thing that if it happens often enough, then they put you on beta blockers for life. TMBO, it's not. It's worse. It's beta blockers, and eventually I'll get a robo ticker. And I really don't want any of that, dude. My father-in-law has it. It's terrible. And then, not to get too dark or anything, but an old friend of mine from school, high school back in the day, and we still hang out and stuff. He was visiting, and his father had passed away from COVID, and it'd been like 5 years. So I wanted to ask him about it. It just seemed like the right time and enough. And I was asking about it, and he like straight up, I didn't know this. His dad had the same thing. He had SVT problems. They gave him a pacemaker, but he succumbed, and that was one of the things. That's why he succumbed, was from Scheisse, from an SVT while he was in the hospital and stuff like that. So. He and I mean, I don't know if he was a ganja guy or not. Hey, Porphyry, Venus, Ursa, welcome in. Fuck's sake, glad I never got into vapes. Seriously, sorry to hear that. Well, Venus, I don't even know if it's I mean, the vapes are the catalyst, but I've always had this. I had this years ago. Porphyry, welcome in. Might as well just switch to flower and call it a day. That's kind of my thought, TMBO. I never had this problem when I vape concentrates. Damage the arteries in small scale, they might cause massive problems. Yeah, Mr. X, gosh, you guys, I guess we can spill out my, yeah, I have, I'm starting to experience vision problems from it. So, yeah, I'm going to work on it. They ain't regulated that well. The content could be anything. I agree with you, Foil Hats. So I'm really... For Choose, welcome in. No, Venus. If I want to, there's something in the vape that's causing it. But I have had it before. It's something that's always gonna possibly always be an issue for me. I've had it twice before where I don't think it was related to vaping. Had no relation to it, but the last two I've had, it was like 20-30 minutes apart. So yeah, it's a pre-existing condition. Thank you, TMBO. It's, yeah, and the vape if you read, you're I feel like I'm just ripping you off. Yeah, that's exactly it. The vape will cause it to trigger. So yeah, no worries, Venus. Welcome in, by the way. Sorry for the lack of space. Shit keyboard. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, exactly, TMBO. It's kind of annoying not being able to smoke. Like going to bed last night and trying to take naps and stuff. It sucks, but whatever. It is what it is, right? It's just ganja. I was on a Metropolo for the thyroid condition. Oh, really? About to need a pacemaker, you have bigger chance of getting issues from vape than a person who has no such condition. Yeah, I know, and exactly, Foil Hats. I mean, it's just, I guess I'm just not gonna do vape stuff anymore. Just gonna make going to the bars a little boring. I'm sure you can find flower vapes that are convenient enough to solve your dilemma. Well, I could do concentrates, but I have to find. I might end up buying. There's a, I can't remember their names, but there's some companies that make portable vape smokers that I could probably throw in my bag and in my checked luggage, and I should be okay. It's kind of scary to walk around with a fucking bong. And I mean, that's not a bong, but something that could be interpreted as that in there. But whatever. It's just annoying this happened on the longest trip I've ever had, a longest work trip I've ever had. I think that's the part I don't like. So I'm like, why couldn't it happen on a gig where I'm out of town for 4 days or 5 days? Why does it have to be when I'm out of town for like 15? You can smoke Jones when out of town. Yeah, but it's... I don't like bringing weed in my bag. I don't like my bag reeking, you know. And I mean, I smoke a lot, so I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. But in answer to your question, TMBO, that is why the dab thing... It's not legal in Texas. What do you mean? Marijuana isn't legal in Texas. Are you fucking kidding me? I could have gone to a head shop. Legal in Texas. Wait a minute. Are you fucking kidding me? Am I that stupid? Oh, it's still illegal. Ah, man, my dyslexia got me. Hey, who was that new, what was that? Where was that? Sleepy developer with 7 months. In a row, baby, in a row. Thank you so much, mate. Unfortunately, I can't get the alerts to chime through, and if there's no delay. But thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't want to fuck with that stuff either, the synth stuff. I don't know. Because those are really weird man-made chemicals. Sure as go find him. That's stupid. I had a mild heart attack about 7 years ago and got a couple of stents, and funny, that didn't really hurt either, just got all clammed out and sweaty. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a medical card. I don't have a medical card. I never got one when I lived in, or when I lived. I never got one living in Arizona. The kind of quasi joke, I mean, I guess now it's not such a big deal, although still you never know. But my great grandfather, who was native, I kept hearing his words echo in my ear of like, don't put your name on a list, bro. Trust me, it won't work out for you. I could hear my great-great-grandfather saying that to me. He's like, don't put your name on the list, bro. It didn't work out for me. It can't work out for you either. So I'm a little bit of paranoid of like, I don't want to, I don't want that. Plus, believe in Arizona, like if you have a medical card, you lose a lot of fucking rights. Like if you're in a car accident, it's an automatic DUI in Arizona. Automatic, doesn't matter. If you have a car accident and you have a medical card, DUI. Even if it's a mild accident, if the cop wants to charge you with a DUI, they will. And if you see if they notice a medical card, if they smell anything, whatever, you name it, DUI. And I think there's been some precedent in the last year or so that's challenged that proceeding, but it's still like Arizona is a red state for the most part. So they have, and this is just like an observation I have, like you can, my buddy pointed this out, you can tell the difference between a red state and a blue state when you go to a dispensary, like a legal dispensary there. It's totally different. Like the red states, you've got armed guards, you have a fucking like buzzed in room and all this shit. And blue states, you just slide up to the counter. How's it going, buddy? So I don't think the list crossed. In Ohio, I had a med card and a pistol permit, and I got the pistol after the med card. Yeah, I don't know. like I said, mate, it's just there's at some point you have to like go, is it really fucking worth it? I mean, I'm just the only downside is the whole reason I ever started smoking habitually was because my stomach. I get like stomach problems all the time, and they've kind of come back a little bit, but I've been remembering all these old tricks that I used to do to help my stomach. You know, like I wouldn't eat a big meal. I'll eat small little meals. I'm usually trying to stay hungry all the time. It's so dumb. Kelton, welcome in. Good to see you, mate. If anyone finds out you bought a gun while having a medical marijuana card, you could get a felony. It's bad news. Hey, Harry VTech, welcome in. It's Rabbit. Yeah, I think it's all state, and it's so confusing, right? Because it's state level, federal level thing. Because federally, it's absolutely not legal, but state it is. So it's, I don't know. Again, it's just ganja. It'd be like me crying I can't get my booze. It's like fucking A, man. You just moved to the EU. There you go. Is it no. No. It's like in my guts. Yeah, I guess. Except, well, the stomach thing has been this way since I was like 13. I've always had problems with my stomach since I was 13. And when I was in my 20s, I started trying to find a way to self-medicate. And I know I'm not going to sound very good in this story, but I was in my 20s. So, you remember when you're in your 20s, you're not very smart. So for like 3 years, I drank like every day. I just drink like beer, but I drank every day. And then I like started having all these other kind of repercussions from that lifestyle. Mostly like, how do I put it to not be gross? Bathroom, going to the bathroom wasn't fun. I'll just leave it at that. And so I was like, well, I can't keep drinking. And I always had a problem with weed because it would make me really dizzy and so forth. So I asked my buddy for, a little, like an eighth or something. And I would put it on, I'd like sprinkle it on pizza and heat it up in the pizza and eat it. And then I would take like one little tiny hit, just a little tiny hit. And then I'd go to bed. And over time, I built up a nice tolerance to it, and it wasn't really an issue. Maybe tequila will help you. I somehow doubt that. Let me catch up on chat here. Every state is illegal if you put a purchase form. I did. So stupid. The last thing I'd have ambition for while high is committing a gun crime. I'd murder a dozen. I know, right? Exactly. The only crime I'd commit is ordering more pizza. My eyes being hungrier than my stomach. Yeah, seriously, anything alcohol should be in the drugs that prevent you from getting a gun. Yeah, right? Yeah, if you've had assault charges, or you've been like public intox and things like that. But I mean, repeated, like you can't learn your fucking lesson to, have less than 15 drinks before you go out, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think that's reasonable to limit people with that, but I mean, it is what it is, guys. I mean, I try to be pretty reasonable about this kind of stuff. Hard sausage cut into time after a hash bowl. God, you know what? You just reminded me, foil hats. If I could find some hash, that doesn't stink. I mean, you can cover it up. I could put that in my checked baggage. I could get me a little hash ball. and then I could just, wherever I go, I could just buy a glass pipe, or a clean one if I really wanted to, but then I could just smoke the pipe. That's not a bad idea. I might do that next time. But I'm not going anywhere out of town until, I think, February. So this is the last gig I have, other than a little 3-day gig at the end of the year. Perkinji, who's your stylist? What are you talking about? What, you talking about my sweet fit? My prison escapades. What are we talking? I missed something here. The win? Am I? See, you know, this is like one of those things. Like normally when chat says stuff and I'm like, I don't understand what's going on, I'm usually like, I probably should get high. If they get you with hash on a plane, oh, yeah, but I mean, it's going to be checked, and that's where I put all my drugs. I just check them. Yeah. No, it's not legal, but it's difficult to find. So like if you wanted to, obviously if you wanted to travel with some weed, you'd have to do, you do the old trick. I don't know if you guys know, you put it in a bag and then you seal that bag up as tight as you can. And then I put it in an old pill jar and I put it in a pill container. And then I'd wrap the inside of the pill container with a dryer sheet. And then put the lid on the pill case, and then put that in another bag, and then bury it inside my shaving kit bag. Because, and I don't want to jinx myself, but in my experience, and my dad noticed this too, they never go through your shaving kit bag. They never open, they'll check your bag, but they never open up your shaving kit bag. And my dad used to take it a step further. He'd sneak a couple of joints, but he'd put it in a Preparation H box, which Preparation H is like a hemorrhoid cream. He'd put it in a Preparation H box, and then he'd smear like Vaseline around it, and then put a plastic, like a sandwich bag over it so that the Vaseline and the sandwich bag would all stick together and it'd be gross and like you just wouldn't want to touch it. And that was his plan, although I didn't have the heart to tell him, they wear gloves, right? They wear gloves. They don't give a fuck. But, I feel like I could get away with something like that if I were to put it in there, but we'll see, man. These 2 weeks are gonna blow, is what it is, mates. Yeah, so they do have dogs here in the U.S. But they don't really look for weed, believe it or not, at the airport. They will do. The dogs will like track on you. Like I had a friend of mine who got scared one time, and the cop straight up is like, "Oh," and my friend's like, "Why? I don't know why the dog's going there." And he said like, I came from Amsterdam and this was my backpack and it went into like every smoke shop he was at in Amsterdam, and he told the cop that, and he's like, "Oh, it probably smells Amsterdam on your bag," and he let him go. And I mean, for the most part, they don't really, my understanding is they don't really want to bother with busting you for fucking pot unless you're bringing in this ridiculous amount, which is a stupid way to do it because it reeks. There's no way to get over the stench. So Fortune from Within over on the YouTube, welcome in. How's the stream, by the way? We're streaming from the hotel. If you guys notice any glitches, if it gets kind of cruddy or anything, just let me know. I'll go, God damn it, and swear a bunch, but that's about as much as I can do. Let me catch up on chat here. Carry on vape pens in your backpack. No, I don't put them in my carry-on. I put the batteries in my carry-on. I put the cartridges in my shaving kit. Yeah, exactly, Porphyry. Put coffee, dryer sheets. Those are all like pretty common things. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Jenkins. They're looking for explosives. They don't really give a shit about weed. Unless you make it something they have to give a shit about because it's out in the open. Their boss sees it. That boss is, that kind of thing. Put a jack link in your pocket. In the EU, planes from Amsterdam get special treats by Dog Patrol. Oh yeah, I bet. Well, yeah, and I've heard that like in Europe they're really particular, like, oh, you came from Holland, we're going to search, there's like, because they don't want people smuggling drugs in that way.
That can kiss my jerky.
Venus, Ursa with the 15 months, ads can kiss my jerky. I love it. Thank you so very, very much. Very much appreciated. With that, I just pulled up at poker, so I'm out for now. Oh, you're playing poker. Right on, Porphyry. Well, best of luck to you. I used to play poker. I used to be pretty good. I played it professionally, but that's kind of a corny way to put it. Whoa, how do we get a hype train? How do we do a hype train? I don't even see how that happened. Mr. Dangus, welcome in, by the way. Yep, they do that. Yeah. Whoa, look at that. Mr. Dangus with the 9 months. Oh, that means we got a sub, baby. What are you going to name it? What are you going to name it? Anybody that's just coming in on the channel, welcome in. We're doing a hotel stream. It's kind of janky. I did the best I can, but I know I'm forgetting stuff. If you guys, the alerts and stuff, for some reason, I can't get the audio internally to pass through on the Mac. I don't know what the fuck it is. I spent way too long working on it. Hopefully next stream, maybe I can figure it out. I didn't try updating OBS, so maybe that's the trick. I don't know. But we'll work on it. Thank you again for the hype train, guys. Let's fucking go. I think it's like a weird delayed hype train, like maybe. I don't know. You're heading out, Mr. X. Thank you so much for being the Zupa guy you are. Let me see if I can do... Yeah, I can. From this console, that's cool. Guys, go check out Mr. X if you like jams, you like music. He's not only a mod here, he's also a pretty badass musician. Lots of music throughout the week and in Europe, and they also stream during the daytime, so you can catch them there. Or not daytime, sorry, they stream during times that is conducive to North America as well. So if you're on either side of the globe, anywhere on the globe, you gotta follow Mr. X. But yeah, we're in what the fuck? Oh, weird. But yeah, I'm in a hotel. I've got some stuff to do some KiCAD work on. Really wish I could play some music. I have a little bit of music playing. Ooh, whoa, shit, fuck.
Get you a pizza pie or something.
Whoa, anonymous. Thank you, mate. That's legend. That's fucking legend. Thank you so very much. $30 tip. Holy shit. You know, it's funny. I ate before the stream and I got like a cold sandwich because I've been having trouble, like I said, eating regularly. So I was like, oh, I'll just get the sandwich. I can put it in the fridge and eat it later instead of throwing it out. I've thrown out most of the food I've ordered. I like eat 5 bites and I'm like, I'm done. But when I was going for that vape pen, there was like, I was waiting for my car and there's this pizza place, and it's actually one of like this pizza place I've just started becoming aware of. I think it's Marco's, and pretty damn good pizza. I almost thought about ordering from them, so we'll see. We'll cross it. Thank you again, Anonymous, for the $30 tip. It's weird that doesn't go towards the hype train, but let's not be silly. All my gear is in a box, and I should be ashamed, but I've had no motivation. You can't throw bits in? That's strange. I have no idea why. I don't think I... Yeah. Your music gear is all boxed up and you haven't had some inspiration? I know that feeling. Yeah, it's kind of a hard horse to get back on, right? I mean, just the drudgery of assembling and putting everything together is kind of a pain in the butt, right? I'm trying to think if I have anything useful to throw out there, but I don't. Now, you know, sometimes for me, like what gets me into writing is listening to new music. Like I'll listen to something like kind of new and out there, and it kind of gets me inspired. I'm like, oh, I never thought to take a drum beat and do that with it, or you know, I've never thought of like trying to do that with vocals. You know, what if you did it with drums? You know, and I, you know, try to manual cheer is. Oh yeah. You do like what is it? Oh man, oh, I forgot. I used to use it all the time too. I have to look it up. Oh, you know what? I can't. Oh yeah, I do star uni, and that's the or not a star exclamation uni, and that's the unicorn bit. And what's funny is it's just enough letters that you can repeat that 100 times for 100 bits, and it, you know, of course, it blows up the chat too with a bunch of rainbow unicorns. But you gotta love them rainbow unicorns too. But yeah, it's one of my favorite things. In fact, channels that I'll never throw bits on channels that that have like the minimum bits be like $1 or something like that. I'm like, oh, well, you don't get any bits from me, bro, because having 100 little unicorns like that's my jam. Ooh, battle royale. All right. Well, I suppose we could do some stuff, get some stuff, dude. Let's see. Let me look at what we have. So we have so we've got like an old project. I kind of think we're done with this. You can see my mouse, right? I forgot to check to make sure that that was going all right. Where is it? Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to that channel. Yeah, show cursor, cool. I just realized though.
I'm a bad man.
Oh!
Project.
Oddball! Oddball coming in with that 100 bits, mate. Let's fucking go. Thank you so very much. How are you doing, mate? Alright, let me see. I gotta... Your schematic like it's my CAD? What? Oh. Here. It's scaling it too, so I'm kind of worried it may like be a weird scale. Like it's all pixelated. Let me do a little checking here on them internets, see how the stream looks. It's alright. Could be better, I suppose. It's readable, right? It's legible. Transistors look round enough. There you go. Venus says I had been motivated. I have been motivated enough to build a motorcycle. Well, fuck that. I know, right? For at least 4 months, not finished. Hard to find parts for, and the one seller on Amazon with a carb rebuild kit canceled on me. Never had a seller cancel my order. Yeah, me neither. Through Amazon too. That's wild. That's wild. Yeah, I'd be pretty pissed off too, especially when you're like, yo, I just need this part to make this thing work. What are you doing to me, dog? Oh my god. They did it after after you 2 months? It's probably like some sort of auto cancel thing. Then oh man. That sucks, mate. Oh, I lost OBS. Where is it? There it is. All right. Let me try to do some stuff. I never had that happen either. What the fuck? What are you working on? How's it going? Hey, I can welcome in, mate. Well, I figured we'd do a little KiCAD. We've got our CGS project that we've been working on, where we've been taking Ken Stone's designs and putting them into KiCAD, because his are all hand sketched or just really kind of antiquated system. Whoa. Oh, weird. This chat screen is weird. I never had that happen either. What the fuck? Oh, wait. You guys can see me scrolling up and down on this. I just realized that. Stupid me. I'll make my own gaskets with blackjacks and hookers. Do you have a template to just cut one out? I guess you could just trace the part. Yeah. That's what I'm wondering, if like that would be possible. Ooh, paint it like a little press and print. Yeah, there you go too, Abba. That's a good point. You just kind of have to do like a sort of a stencil thing. Well, that's cool. You're working on a motorcycle. I'd like to. I'd love to do motorcycle again, but I'm married. In my age, I'm due for a gold wing. Ah, fuck you, buddy. Yeah, my maternal grandmother, and I don't even want to try to describe how that whole thing worked, but she and who later became her husband, Bert, they had a Goldwing, and they'd cruise around on that all the time. And I rode on it a few times when I was a kid. It was fun. But I really don't like cruiser. I don't like those kind of bikes that much. Back in post-user LV, we did just get gaskets, sheets, and cut our own, yeah? I have a running bike that, this is just me turning an 80s sports bike into an overpowered enduro. Oh, cool. 600cc trail bike, fuck yeah. Yeah, I had, what was my bike? I've had two bikes. I had a Suzuki Savage, which if you look this bike up, it's hilarious. It's a bike, it's a motorcycle that was specifically made for, and I think it's in the tagline, for the short and portly rider. Short and portly rider. I mean, I think this thing came out in the early 80s, but oh, 2000. Oh, wow. 2005 Ninja. Nice. Yeah, I bet that thing probably isn't the greatest for like a long drive. So yeah, I had a Suzuki Savage. That was the last bike I ever had, and it was really, really fun. Like little, I'm trying to remember the engine. The engine's like, it was a single stroke, which is really weird, but it had like a really high CC. I don't remember what it is anymore. I think it was like 250 or something like that. It was like, it was reasonable. Like you had get up and go on it, and you could easily pop a wheelie with it and stuff like that. But the funny thing was, like, it didn't make any. It was a really quiet bike, which I kind of liked. But the previous person who owned it, or even further back than the guy I got it from, they drilled a bunch of holes in the muffler to try to make the muffler louder. So there's like all these little drills in the side of it. It was so funny. And then before that, I'm trying to remember what I had. It was a 600. It was a sports bike, crotch rocket. I'm trying to remember the brand. I think it's been so long. I think it was a Yamaha. Oh, man. Oh, it was a C. Was it this? I think it was a CR 600. Is that Yamaha? Man, it's been so long. '85 Yamaha FJ6. Oh, neat. Honda Valkyrie. Maybe it was a Honda 6. I can't remember. It's been so long. 1600. Wow. Yeah, those BMW bikes are really nice. I wouldn't mind. I'd probably go with that over a Goldwing. Maybe. Man, I can't remember the bike. It's been so fucking long. The guy I bought it from, he used to do tricks, and his younger brother was even more into that. He was the guy that would like drive down and stand on the gas tank, or put his legs up on the gas tank and ride up, drag himself from behind and pull himself up, like all those crazy fucking tricks his brother was really into. And he was into too, but he admitted to me, like, man, a lot of that stuff scares the hell out of me. Like, he didn't like to pop a wheelie because he would just like, yeah, I'd pucker my butt so tight because I knew I was going to shit myself. I'm like, fair. Oh yeah, those big, yeah, those are nice too, with the big fat ass tires on the back. Such a fun, smooth ride with those. Yeah, I never really had anything that nice. Man, maybe it was a Honda. Now I want to look it up. Convinced me. It was a Honda C. I think it was a CR. Nope. Well, oh wait a minute. CBR. That's what it was. It was a CBR 600. I think mine was like a 2001. Yeah. Here, I'll let me switch over to the browser here. So yeah, this was the first bike I ever had. Terrible fucking idea. Terrible fucking idea. That thing was just, it was so much power, and it like, I liked that part because it was nice, because like there's nothing there's nothing that gives you kind of a, I don't know if it's safe, but there were like I didn't have it for a very long time before it got stolen, but there were several instances where, you know, like no one sees you on a motorcycle, especially in Phoenix. Like there's a weird blind spot. And like a lot of riders, they'll even have like strobing headlights and stuff, so that, not fast strobes, but just like slow blinking headlights and stuff like that to be more, to increase their visibility on the road. And I remember like in the short time I rode, like multiple times, and it was semis too, like big, you know, tractor trailers, 53-foot tractor trailers. I remember one time there was to my left was the, what do you call it? The HOV lane. And in Phoenix, the HOV is for, you know, rides that have more than one person in the car. And up until recently, electric cars were included in there too. And there's other little variations on it. But either way, you had that, but then they'd have a double line, and you could fit a bike in there, but it's not a fun fit. And I was coming up, and there was a semi on my right, and there was like two cars in the HOV lane, and I'm in between both of them in my own lane, and I just see the semi start to curve, and I see his lights flashing as he's doing it, and there's like nowhere for me to go. I could dump gears and try to slow down, but I was like, I don't, you know, I couldn't determine my distance, and I felt like I was closer to the front of the truck than I was to the back of the truck. So I just opened it up and, you know, and slid right in front of that car in like under a second. And immediately I was out of danger. I went from like, I'm going to get sideswiped by a truck to, I'm fine. And that's what I really liked about that bike, was that safety that I felt with it. But, you know, of course, the other side of that coin is, you know, is speed really a safety feature? Yeah, it was the RR too, I believe. Mine had crash bars. But yeah, that same front end. Yeah, no crash bars for the wheels. Like, it's so annoying. Yeah, and then the, whatever, the fork or whatever this is called. It was a cool bike. I wouldn't mind doing that shit again, but like I said, I'm married now, and I know there are some exceptions to the rule, but not mine. Yeah, they're a pretty common bike, right? The Hondas. I think those and like the Kawasaki's are pretty easy to go, but I don't know. I don't fix bikes or work on them or anything. Bad brakes and tires. Oh man. Yeah, this bike, Mine was blue, if I remember right, and it had all these fucking stickers on it too. The guy who had it before. Oh, okay. It's been a while since I told my motorcycle story. You guys, okay? You just reminded me. I'll give you a really quick story, and then we'll get to work here. This is a good one though. You ready for an incredible story? You're not going to believe me. I'm going to tell you right out of the gate. You're going to think I made this up. So I bought my CBR, and I was paying it off and everything, and I had it for like a little over a week, like 8 or 9 days or something. And then I came out one day, and it was gone. Filed a police report, everything. I was like, that sucks, whatever. And then the guy I bought it from, he's in another part of town, far away from where I am, but still like Phoenix is a big fucking city, and there's all these other little suburbs or neighboring cities around it, and Mesa is probably the second largest one. It's a really big area, and he's in Mesa, and he's driving around, and he sees that bike. He sees the bike he sold to me, and he knows it's the bike because the stickers are still, there's like an Evangelion sticker on the front, and or Neon Genesis Evangelion, the anime, and then there was like some other anime stickers on there. This was long before uwu kind of shit. It was like very tasteful anime stickers, all right? But there was like one on the side panel, on the side fairing here, and then there was like a Evangelion one on the front. And so he knew that's his bike, and he knew that it got stolen. I told him, like, dude, the bike got stolen, and I was paying him, so I'm like, I'll still pay you, don't worry, but I don't, blah blah blah. So he calls the cops, and he's like, hey, that stolen bike you're looking for? It's right here. And he couldn't believe it. He called the cops, and he thought, oh, the guy's going to take off, before they catch it. Maybe I'll follow him around or whatever. And he sees the okay, just a second. And he sees the anyways, he calls the cops. I'm sorry. He's parked over the side. He calls the cops, and he figures the guy's going to take off. And then before he even gets off the phone with the dispatcher, there's 5 fucking cop cars that zoom in on this guy, and they bust him. And that's the last I hear. They take it into impound, and I that's a long story trying to get it out of impound, but so I figure that's the end of it. Wow, and the cop even told me when I talked to them, he's like, hey, I'm going to level with you, man. Your bike's probably gone. There's very little chance you're going to get it back. There's a lot of chop shops in here, and they'll steal bikes, and they'll break them down into parts and sell those parts, or they'll rebuild it into a different bike and, change the VIN and all that kind of shit. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's I get it. And so anyways, like I think maybe a week or so after the bike gets recovered and everything, I get a call from the Phoenix Police Department, and it's this detective. And he's like, is this, Sid Hersey? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, this is Detective so-and-so with the Phoenix Police Department. You know that we recovered your bike. And I'm like, yes. Isn't that crazy? The guy I bought it from, my buddy, he saw it at the gas station. He saw the guy that stole it. And he cuts me off. He's like, oh, that guy didn't steal it. I'm like, what? What do you mean? He bought it. Stolen. And he still got charged everything because we're pretty sure he knew it was stolen. But once we put the heat on him, he gave up where he got it from. And he helped us bust a bike ring theft that they've been tracking for a long time. I don't remember how long, maybe a year or less. But there was this really big issue in Phoenix with bike thefts. And it was all, I guess, orchestrated by this one person. And so once they put the screws to the guy, he gave up his contact. And so they fucking raided the guy and that was stealing all these bikes. And I mean, I assume, I don't know if it was a big operation or what. It had to be pretty big for them to like have all this work on it and for it to be such a problem. So the cops telling me they go and chase the bike thief, and he gets on a motorcycle, of course. So it's this motorcycle chase, and he goes into the fucking industrial area of Phoenix, and there's shit tons of trains, and they stop on the tracks in the deal. And a lot of times there's not much you can do. You just got to wait for the train to go. Well, this guy, the train was moving though. He tried to jump onto the train with his bike or jump. I don't know what the fuck happened, but he got ran over by the train, but he lived. I don't remember if the cops said he lost both his legs or just one of his legs, but he lost his leg in the train, trying to escape and getting ran over by the train. And so the cop tells, and I'm just like floored. I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, it's just a thing. I didn't really want anyone to like lose life and lose limb over this. That's horrible, man. I feel kind of bad. And he's like, don't feel bad. He's fine. He's in a hospital. I just saw him not too long ago. Don't feel bad. He's going to go to prison for a long time for this. I was like, oh, really? He goes, yeah, we found a ton of stuff, and he's been doing it. He's had a whole ring and everything, and he's going to be in prison for a long time. And he goes, and he said, and when he gets out, you'll never have to worry about him stealing bikes again. I'm like, yeah, it's really hard without two legs. I mean, it's doable, but it's a little harder. So, yeah, it was crazy. Barney, welcome in. It still says bike when he tries to swim, Bob. But the funny thing was, or not the funny thing, the part that sucks is the guy that had my bike, or I don't know when this happened, but the bike like took a hit, like a bad hit. And so when we recovered it, and it was just, the guy was driving it this way, but one of the handlebar was bent, and the front fairings were all jacked up, and then a bunch of pieces were missing off the bike, like the chain guard was gone, and I was broke at the time, so I really didn't have a way to try to get that thing working, and so I kind of had to let it go, and always kind of bummed me out. Years later, I got that Suzuki bike, and it was okay, but then I wrecked that, and I was like, I don't think I'm good for bikes. I'm just going to stop. Got to go grab takeout. Hey, Oddball, take care. Mate, see you. Oh, you'll be back? You and the Terminator. You and the Terminator. Oh, that's weird. I can't snooze ads. That doesn't make any sense. Let me refresh the screen. There we go. Or maybe someone already did. I can't see. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. The general channel. Let me go back to that. You brought it up, but I didn't want to get sidetracked from my fast and painful. Oh, yo! That's a nice little bike there. I like that. Let me see if I can share this in... Oh, man. Does it work this way? Yeah. That's a cool bike, yo. I watch a lot of videos of bikers and stuff, and I like the newer bikes. Like, I like the display and the controls and whatnot, but I love this tailpipe too. Fuck yeah, this is a cool one. Is it it's water cooled? It looks like it's got a radiator in there. I can't really. Yeah, that looks like a radiator. Very cool. A little bit jelly. Wish I could find, like, let me get a picture of this from the other side. That's a great font. Oh, wait, there's like a series of photos here. Yeah. The chain guard was just totally fucking... I had like a cool one too. It was like a carbon fiber, and they took it, of course. I could look at bikes all day. Yeah, I don't hate it, but it makes me want to ride again, and I don't know if I mentioned I'm married. I keep telling that joke. I don't think anyone thinks it's funny. Oh, I can't ride bike. I'm married. It's not permitted. I'm a bike chick since I was 6. Yeah. Well, it's like, I don't know, any relationship I've been in, and I've brought up motorcycles or whatever, and I've never dated any gals that rode, so I'm sure it would be totally different if I dated a woman who rode motorcycles. She'd probably have a different opinion. But any relationship I've been in where the motorcycle was near, they'd be like, Sid, you can't be riding that. I don't want you riding that. Okay. Wrong bike. Dabin put me on a 50cc mini dirt bike with training wheels. Really? Wow. When I was a kid, we had like we'd ride around on bikes. We had this family. We had this friends of our family that lived on a what do you call it? Kind of on a farm. And they had a lot of like go-karts and four-wheelers and mopeds and little 50cc bikes and stuff. And yeah, whenever we'd go and visit, we'd just ride around and have fun with them. And I had a couple of injuries, but it was nothing, no bones broken or anything like that. Do you like my bike? Let me see. Nice. Got my first rifle at 6. Got my first gun at 6 to 22 Marlin. Wow. Yeah. Good one. Yeah, that's kind of similar a bit to how I grew up. I grew up with, I don't think I was that young when my parents let me go shooting and stuff with them, but I was in the single digits for sure. And yeah, they taught me firearms and firearm safety and, all that. And, so far, nothing bad has happened. Yeah, well, that's literally, Barney, I didn't even open it up on screen. I was trying to preview open it, but then it started playing, and I was like, I knew it. We used to build 50cc mopeds from shit and sticks. They were always looking weird. We called that booze and drawing table design. How much does this bike cost? Oh, well, the one that we're looking at, I think right now, this one looks like it's in premium fucking condition here. The one I bought mine for $1,000. And I kind of think I overpaid, but I would imagine if you were to get like a CBR, do they still make them? I don't even know if they still make Let's see. Oh. Yeah, it looks like they're still in production. I don't like that fucking fairings at all. That looks weird. It looks like a fucking... Maybe it needs to be a different color. It looks like a Cybertruck's... Like you tow you tow the bike with your behind your Cybertruck or something. No thank you. But let's see, what can we get a quote? Could we build our own CBR? Oh, we have to choose where I'm buying it from. Sure, we'll just pick some place in fucking California. Whatever. Oh, I gotta... No, we're not doing that, bro. Can we go to shopping? $12. That's it, man. That's cheap. 2006, too. Hey, Leo, welcome in, mate. Good to see ya. 3860. That's not too terrible. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for either. Whoa! Whoa! 14K? Oh, eat a bag of dicks. I'm not paying that much for a motorcycle. Oh my god. Think how many synths I could buy with that. That's no. Oh god. Let's never look at that again. That was terrifying. Let's go back to this beautiful picture. Where's that one? Yeah, I like that shot. That's awful. Wait. Let me catch up on chat. I'm behind. I'm sorry. Got so much trouble for sniping my sister's Barbies. It sounds funny in the original shit. I'm still... I know. I still got that song, too. Leo, good to see ya. I'm not too shabby. Not too shabby, all things considered. Magnus, welcome in. Yeah, I eventually we'll get to electronics, but we're Venus brought up their biker. They love them bikes and kind of went down that rabbit hole. How do you get a motorcycle license? In Arizona, you have to take a test to do it. It's basically driving through cones and like circles and stuff like that. I never got my motorcycle license. You get I think you get a grace period from when you register it before you have to get it, but it's like a very short grace period, like 3 months, I think. $6,000 in 2009. Damn. I also seeded her carpet with Legos. Well, you were a mean sister. You were mean. Hey, to twatty sisters, right? No. I have a sister too, and we'll put it this way: she could be cooler. She could be a lot cooler. Will-o'-wisp. Damn. Look at all this sister hate here. Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, like I said, my sister was a butt in the pain. Wait, what do you mean by turn your back on family? Like, do you mean by... do you mean that as in trusting them, or what is it? Or leaving them to... I don't know. Oh, so in the sense that, yeah, you don't want to trust them. Yeah, okay, I hear you. Damn. Well, I'm sorry that it's that crazy there. That's no good, but I totally can relate. Um, I had a my sister's been less than awesome on a few occasions that still kind of it still really bother me. But what are you gonna do? You've done and said everything you can to try to fix the situation. You've like spoke your piece, I guess you could say, and after that it's them either coming to that realization or not coming to that realization. It's like you can't change a tree into a rock or anything. You got to wait for that tree to die, have sand hit it, and then petrify it into a rock, which takes years. A live wire bike? I haven't spoken to my sister in 15 graceful years. Wow. Do we all have like kind of crummy sisters or something? This is bizarre. I thought I just had the kind of crummy sister. And I don't want to talk bad about her, On the off chance she sees this, which she doesn't. But let's just say out of a weird thing, of all the things she sees, she comes in on this and she sees me. I don't hate her or anything like that. She's my family. I care about her very deeply. But it's one of those scenarios where you're like, I can only, eventually it's not my fight. It's not my battle. It's not my thing. You have to go, hey, you know what? If you're going to be a prick, if you're going to do these shitty things, I told you it's a bad idea. Everyone else has said it's a bad idea. You're going to keep doing them. All right, have a nice day. Whenever you come to the realization that that was a bad move and that it was negatively affecting other people, hit me up. I'll always be there for for anybody really who has made a big mistake and whatever. Now, whether or not I fucking give a shit at that point is another story. You could take years and years and years, and by then I'm like, oh, well, you could have done that like 10 years ago. But yeah, all right, well, glad you finally came around. Families, I've moved countries and stopped talking to all three fighting sides of my extended family. I'm sorry. Is Sid Heresy your sister? She was sexy. What are you fucking Sydney Heresy? No. I want a motorcycle, but I'm not allowed, so instead I'm gonna buy expensive synths. Israel, are you married as well? That's why I can't have a bike. That's what my joke earlier. I don't know if you were here. I was like, oh, I'd love to have a motorcycle, but I'm married. That's not allowed. Oh, yeah, dude. I do remember the Sydney stream. Did I call it that? Yeah, the stream we did for June for LGBT month. And yeah, I did a drag stream. I don't think I'll ever do it again. I just if I thought it was hot in that fucking studio in that room, normally, it's like 1,000 times hotter when you're wearing a wig. Ugh. Wigs are unbelievably uncomfortable. Hey, Sea Death, what's up? That looks uncomfortable. The seat is so far back. Yeah, you kind of... What I did when I was riding that thing, I would... Because I'm pretty small, and my feet, barely touch the ground, too. I'd, have to push my tippy toes down. I fucking hated it. And I think that was a big reason I didn't pursue getting this bike up and running and everything, because I could never get my feet on the ground because I'm just a short dude. But I do remember I loved laying my stomach down on that gas tank and putting my, getting that perfect spot between the windshield and your helmet so that it kind of zips. And that was my favorite thing, is just like dry humping that gas tank and cruising around. That was fun. Like, honestly, I wouldn't mind doing that again. Yeah, Lusty Bard. I I was making a joke when we were like last year when we started building Space Station. I was like, I think this is my midlife crisis. Well, it was either the synth or a penis-shaped car. I think I'm doing all right. Oh, I'm fine. I have my wife and kids and kitties. My own family is not all made from different sorts of buttholes. I hear you, mate. Well, good on you, mate. I mean, sometimes, yeah, not to dwell on that subject too much, but sometimes, yeah, you just got to move past these people, even if they are blood, even if they are family. You kind of have to like go, hey, whenever you're ready to fucking settle down and not be a douche, let's hang out. Let's spend time. Let's go. Let's do that. But until then, I ain't got no time for this. I ain't got time for you or this crap. I have my own life. I have my own things that are important to me. I don't need drama, right? I think that was one thing my sister used to really revel in, is like creating this fucking drama. And like my family, the rest of my family, they were just like, fuck that. What the fuck? We're just trying. You're trying to create a reality TV show, kind of circumstances, and so. Israel. No, I live with my parents, and they don't want me to die, so it's banned. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and Israel, that's a really good point too. Like when I had my both bikes I had, my mom and my dad would just make me feel so guilty, and so it was kind of hard to ride. But uh, the other half of it is they're right, because Phoenix, like honestly, in Phoenix, it's really, really dangerous to ride a bike. I don't know why, but it has an unusually high fatality rate or an injury rate. And I've often felt like in Phoenix, if you're going to ride a motorcycle, it's not a question of if you're going to have an accident. It's just a question of when that's going to happen. And, if your riding gear is going to protect you. And that was the thing too. I would suit up when I'd ride, most of the time. Of course, the times when I fucked up, those were times when I wasn't. But yeah, most of the time I would. I had like a leather riding jacket, and I wanted to get some pants, some good pants, riding pants. But my bike died before that. And I'd wear boots and gloves, a helmet, all that stuff. Because, yeah, I mean, what's the saying? Dress for the slide, not the ride. And, I mean, if I've watched plenty of videos where people, they'll fall off their bike, for whatever reason. And they'll just kind of slide or whatever. Or they'll tumble. Or you see those, the motorsport racing bikes, and they'll fly off and they'll just, like, slide on the ground and so forth. So it's scary, but anyways. Everyone I know who rode a motorcycle in their 20s is now held together with pins. Right? Right, Harry? Yeah, same here. Yeah, it's dangerous, but I think that's part of the fun too. Is like that adrenaline you get from riding. And I mean, if you've ever taken, especially a sport bike, and fucking opened it up, like never got out of first gear, and you're at 60, mate, if you like that kind of stuff, it's amazing. Yeah, I agree with you totally, Venus. It feels like flying. Absolutely. It's amazing. And I just remembered. So the night before my bike got stolen, I think it was like I was riding around. I was trying to get better used to riding, so I just ride around in my little neighborhood. And I was in this little area. It was a straightaway, and there's no traffic. There's no cars. It's in the evening, so I don't really have to worry about anything. and I wanted to see how fast this bike could get from 0 to 60 because I'd never done it. So, you know, I don't go from a dead stop. I'm kind of lightly rolling, and then I open it up, and without popping, you know, without bringing up the front wheel. I think it came up a little bit, but I rode it, you know, opened it up, and I went 1,000, 2, and I saw 60 right then. And I was still in first fucking gear. It was insane. And I think I think with motorcycles, it's kind of the same with my interest in firearms because it's such this insane amount of engineering and science and excuse me, I keep burping. And just, you know, you have like so much danger, so much right next to you, but you're effectively safe, you know? Unless everything catastrophically fails all at once, you'll probably be all right. And I find that always really, really fascinating with a bike. And yeah, it's super, super fun to open those. I think it's more fun in a motorcycle, now I think about it, than it is with a car. Because if you've ever taken a car and, you know, like a muscle car and opened it up and gone from 0 to 60 or whatever, and it pushes you back in that chair, that's kind of cool. But have you ever had to hold on for dear life? You know, you're like on a bike, that momentum, that force is still there, but you're like, you know, you're pretty glued in. And you I don't know, in my sense, you have a lot of control in that. So, I don't know. I think I'm rambling now. Wow, I'm not high and I'm rambling. Does that mean I can't blame the weed for the rambling? Ugh. That sucks. Delta planes. Ooh. No, I don't know what that is. It's like riding a bike but in the sky. Ooh, yeah. I had to make a promise to my dad a long time ago, and I'm probably gonna have to keep it, that I would never do like the little prop planes, or not prop planes. What are they called? Power lights or whatever. They're like the really open planes or whatever. I can't remember. They're like very small aircraft. And I don't even think usually you see people taking them in and out of fields and stuff. But that was kind of popular in Oklahoma, where my parents grew up, and my dad saw, he had a friend who was doing that, and he was supposed to go riding with them, and he was taking his, I keep saying solar light. I don't think that's the right term, but he took one of those small planes, not even a plane. I don't even know. It's just wings and a fucking prop in the back, and drove it right into some power lines and died. And my dad like told me that story so graphically and so terrifying that I was like, yeah, dude, I will not ever fly one of those. You got me. I'm not gonna do that. Ultralight, that's it. Ultralight, thank you. Delta wing, yeah, there we go. Thank you. I was power hang glider, yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, but he flew right into power lines, so I mean, there's no parachute for that. And I've seen a lot of people, you know, I mean, the parachute can help, but I've seen plenty of horrible videos online where it didn't. So where it just got up and they slammed into the ground and stuff. So I'm like, I'm just not. Check pick and link. Where'd you? Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah. Is that you, or is that just a photo you have? Let me put this on the chat here. Oops. What is that? Huh? Oh, there we go. Yeah, those look really fun. I would not be against it, but I don't know. I kind of told my dad I wouldn't, and he's no longer with us, so I kind of can't negotiate this. Statistically the safest? Interesting. Didn't know that. Would you fly a drone taxi? I don't know what that is. With hot air balloons. Yeah, hot air balloons or something. Another one I don't ever want to fuck with. I don't. It's really popular in Phoenix. Like there's a whole season where there's like you can just look out south of town, southeast of the valley, and you just see all these fucking doofuses riding around in their hot air balloons. Hard pass. Teleporter? Yeah, now we're talking. No, you die every time. And I don't think I should try and look up photos of my ex and wife and all. Oh, well, okay. Transporters kill you every time. Well, what is it? The transporter is essentially a replicator. You know, the Star Trek transporter. There's a podcast I've been enjoying for like quite a while. It's massive, but it's called Newbie Star Trek. And basically what it is, we're going back to the motorcycle. Basically what it is it's a podcast where they have, it's like it's 4 people, and one of the people in the podcast, they've watched all the Star Trek, they grew up with it. The other one kind of watched it when it was on TBS back in like the early aughts, and then the other guy has never seen any Star Trek. And they watched The Next Generation, and then they've gone on through the other, Deep Space Nine, and I think is what they're on now. They might be on Voyager, but they go through and they'll watch an episode, and then they talk about it. And it's really interesting because you get like they're a bit younger, and like you get like this very different. If you're a big Star Trek fan, you get this very unique point of view about it. And it's kind of funny. It's really interesting. And one of the things they pointed out by watching it, and I should mention all these, the people in the podcast, they're all like, I don't know if they work actively in film and TV, but they're extremely knowledgeable about film and TV production. Like there's one episode they were pointing out that it was all shot wrong, and because the film, because the Star Trek was shot on film, not video, and like this one particular episode, the director didn't know how to fucking shoot it, and the DP was like, I guess, checked out or whatever, and so it looks really grainy and really bad because there just wasn't enough light. But they were able to describe that and point that out, and I never really noticed it until it was explained to me. So, but they have a really good, and they also know a lot about writing, story writing, and so forth. So it's a nice background, and they pointed out that the fact that the transporter and the holodeck are like this MacGuffin devices. Like, oh, we need something, we'll just have the transport. Oh, we can't figure out how to solve this problem. We'll just fix it in the transporter. And they've noticed like the Ark is like the transporter is basically a replicator. So it'll scan that person, kill them, and then replicate a clone on whatever it needs to be. And that explains what the episode of the Enterprise where there was 2 Rikers, is it the Naked Now, the original series, there was one where they split Captain Kirk into 2 Kirks and whatever, and they keep noticing that's the transporter, that it just kills you and then clones you and brings that back and transfers your consciousness and all this. And it's like, oh my God, that is terrible. It's actually more fun to chase a balloon with a ground team than riding it. I would imagine so. Riding it just seems boring. You never transport? Unnoted. You saw The Fly. You know what happens when you work with the telepods. What are we laying out? So we're having a lot of chattiness, so I'm kind of trying to avoid that and enjoy that as much as I can. But we've got some stuff from Ken Stone, and I've been trying to. I wanted to like convert it over to KiCAD, because most of his designs are like these this is what we've already done, and this is all the information to build it and so forth, and it's great and all, but it would be really nice if it was a KiCAD schematic, and I believe we did it. I think this one's done, so it might be time just to start another one. The thing with small aviation is that it's actually safer than a car. Every single accident happens when pilots start breaking rules and showing off or taking shortcuts and maintenance or flight plans. That's very true. Even with that, powered Delta plane, depending on the model and the load, can glide 14 to 30 kilometers from 1 kilometer of altitude, and its gliding speed is pretty much landing speed. Oh, that's interesting to know. Good to know, foil hats. Well, I'll tell you what. What is about 5 or 6 years ago, I got to take a trip in a little single engine Cessna, and the guy let me, we were flying over, and he's like, "You want to take control?" And here was like this aha moment that I had with it that I kind of like, because I was sitting there, and for me, a plane, I just no idea. And then I'm sitting in the cockpit, in the co-pilot seat or whatever you want to call it. And I'm looking at all the gauges and I'm looking at all the readouts, and I understand what every fucking thing is. I'm like, oh, and that's the rudder. And this is that. And like, I realized like, it's not as complicated as I made it out to be. I thought flying was way more complicated, but it's surprisingly much simpler. I'm not saying it's simple, but it's much simpler than I ever imagined, and fairly analogous to like a car in a lot of senses, except you've got, an extra, got like a couple extra dimensions that you can go in versus a car. But AI will drive it. What? Debbie Downer today? Oh, no. I don't think that. I think Venus just they ride bikes and shoot guns and stuff. You gotta cut it off somewhere. You gotta say, I got all this badassness right here. I'm not gonna just. If I keep going, I'm just gonna be showing off. That's not me. I like just being a humble badass, Battlestar Galactica, right, Venus? All right, yeah. My dad's retired avionic technician and flew some Cessnas with me and got him set up on a flight sim. And does that most days, and that's fun. Yeah, you right. Lusty, you reminded me. My father-in-law, he's a big gearhead. He loves cars, and I've been wanting. I think you guys have probably seen it. Those driving simulators where they'll have like 3 monitors, or it's submersive, and you'll have the chair will move, and you've got tension on the pedals and tension in the wheel, and you've got a stick, you got all this shit. I've seen people like trick them out. And like, I swear, if I ever get a nice little windfall of money that I don't need to put anywhere, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna dump that into my father-in-law. Like, here, dude, got you this. Oh, Sid, have fun, dude. Because those look super duper fun. Oh, guys, we got DJ Doey in the house. DJ Doey, how it going? Self-aware machines will kill us all. Man, self-aware people are doing a pretty decent job of that too, you know, to be honest with you. Unself-aware people, I mean. I play anything I would be allowed to grab. Hey, yeah. We did a 3-monitor thing for the flight sim, both side windows, baby. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'd really love to do that for my father-in-law. I think he'd totally get a kick out of it. There are some, like, I don't know if there's any in Phoenix, but I've seen ads for some businesses that have like car simulators. So like you could go in and ride. So I might try to find some in the valley and be like, hey, father-in-law. I can say his name, I guess, Ross. I'd be, hey Ross, let's go to the car emulator place. Let's go ride some hot rods. Let's go racing. Let's race each other. Yeah, guys, definitely go check out DJ Doey. Not only is he a super duper mod here, but he's also a fantastic streamer of multiple genres of awesomeness. Everything from music, soldering, gaming, art, cooking, all over the place. The guy wears a lot of hats, let's just put it that way. What the fuck? Oh, weird. It's like a voice. I thought I heard a voice, but I'm listening to like what I thought was instrumental music. Weird. Oh yeah, it's okay. Oh, it's doing this smart cue. All right. Man, AI is such a hot topic with people. It's almost like politics. Like, I almost avoid talking about it with people because I don't want, you know. I mean, I'm totally cool with people's opinions on it and everything. I just, it's such a hot topic sometimes. Like, I've had some people really, really get upset about it. And, I mean, I'm not faulting them for being upset. You know, if you're passionate about something, so what? So be it. But, man, sometimes I'm like, I don't even want to get into it. Don't let the smart tell you it shoots you in the ass for giving you a shitty job. There you go. Gives you like an enema. DJ Toy taught me to make killer grilled cheese sandwiches. Are you serial? I didn't know that. Electro One, welcome in, by the way. I don't know if I already said hello, but here it is. The Lord of Doey is the meme lord, right? AI is such a... I know, I hate it too. I was watching a video on... you probably have heard of this YouTuber, Modern Vintage Gamer. He's an He lives in America, but he's an Aussie. And he has this... and he does, like, you know, vintage games, obviously. And he was talking about, I can't remember, it was an older game, and he was like, he was like, all right, guys, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Now, I know nowadays the word AI means totally different than what it did maybe 5 or 10 years ago. But for the sake of argument, we're going to be referring to AI not on the modern term, but in the old term. And I'm like, yeah, dude. I wish we'd come up. That's why I try to call it LLM, because that's more accurate, I think. But it doesn't roll off the tongue. MVG? Oh yeah, I remember he lived in Kansas. LLM is about, yeah, I think so too. I try to use that term, but you know, it's the AI is such a stuck in the zeitgeist that it's kind of hard to get out of that habit. Yeah, I know, right? Well, a buddy of mine, he was talking about doing a project together, basically using like what is it called, like near field and different things, so you could have like a smart bar. And he was like, when he was pitching it to me, he's like, and somewhere in the name for this we have to put AI. I'm like, what? But we're not using any LLMs or anything. No, dude, everything puts AI in its title nowadays. If you want to get popular, buddy, you got to throw that in there. Otherwise, it's not going to come up on any searches. I'm like, can't argue with that hard truth. There's a face recognition, speech recognition, machine vision things, all called AI, and there's a different filtering based on the convolution cascade. Yeah, exactly. Well, you're referring to like, I know there's AI, air quotes, for being able to recognize like cancer and different medical issues and so forth, being able to recognize like things that a person wouldn't be able to, or it would be very difficult for a person to. And these machine models are able to extrapolate that information out of an image or series of images and so forth. That's really cool. I always find that bit of technology very fascinating. But you know, having a chat bot pretend like it's helping me, it's so dumb, man. Shall now be known as Lusty Bard AI. It's all different kind of so-called AI. My bot was once AI doughy. I'm still waiting for a good meme AI to emerge, right? Well, there is that whole, like, I don't like it that much, honestly, because, I don't know, I guess I'm just a sensitive dork, but there's the whole, like, people, the meme of people, like, hating on robots and so forth and calling them clankers and stuff like that. Those are kind of funny, but I don't, you know, you have the food delivery robot going around and somebody kicks it over or whatever. I feel bad. I'm like, oh, poor little food delivery robot. It can't help it. And they're like, kick it over. And they go, get out of here, you clanker. Fucking toasters. Yeah, exactly. And I'm always like, oh. I don't know. I think it's like a combination of things. I think all clankers should be like Bender. He was awesome. Bender is great! Yeah! I can't do a good Bender. I used to. Till that day. All right. I can't believe how much chattiness we've got going on today. Thank you so much, guys, for being fucking fun in the chat. Let's fucking go, bro. Fun stream. Hey, thank you guys. You guys are making it fun. I'm just like reading chat and throwing 2 cents in and stuff. You guys are fucking keeping it real. Super appreciate it. I was always thought a clanker was a giant term. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh God. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh shit, that was good. Oh. Oh. Oh my God, that was good. Oh, I'm dead. Oh shit. All right. Let me catch up here. Then there are the algorithms that come up with the most efficient way of motion, and for industrial robots, also some same base algos. Yeah, I like that stuff. I find that kind of stuff fascinating. Look what you did. Clanker is a slur for robots and artificial intelligence software. The term has been used in Star Wars media, first appearing in the franchise in 2000. No, I don't know if that counts. Video game Star Wars Republic Commando in 2025, the term became widely used to discuss distaste for machines ranging from delivery robots to large language models. The trend has been attributed to anxiety around the negative societal effects of artificial intelligence. Yeah. I think it's funny, but at the same time, I don't know. It's kind of not funny. I don't know. Whatever. It's kind of, well, never mind. Super Clanker. Is that like, that's going to take like 4 flushes? Is that a super Clanker? Code Bullet, dude makes self-learning systems for fun doing stupid things. Oh, that's kind of fun. All right, I got two Code Bullet call outs here. I'm gonna. All right, I got, bloody hell. I got their tab up, so. Dude, we've been streaming for 2 hours. Nice. Man, I really appreciate you guys chilling, by the way. I know it goes without saying, but I'm still gonna be a little bit polite and bring it up again. Do we have... Oh! Did I miss it? Oh, I think I'm... Yeah, it's a big deal. Man, this is way harder to do on a laptop. Force it down with the plunger. You break it up. I also do automation programming for a living, so I'm partial to what Code Bullet does. Oh, cool. No, that's fascinating. Hey, Lawn Dog, over on the YouTube, streaming from a hotel. That must mean that you are out into the big wide world. I am, mate. I'm in San Antonio for the next week or so. And I didn't really... I wanted to try to stream if the internet and everything would let me. And luckily, this hotel has bizarrely decent upstream. Like, I keep having weird problems downstream. But upstream, it's a banging. It's banging. Man, I'm cold and then I'm hot. I think I'm pregnant. Are you on vacation? No, I wish, right? No, I'm working. So I'm on a gig. It's kind of a weird perfect storm scenario where, excuse me, give me a second here. Burp. Sorry, I got to burp out loud, but that's what it happens, babe. That's what it happens, babe. A Oh wait, I think you guys are in the middle of ads. Let me wait for the ads to clear out. Which system? I've worked with Panasonic, Schneider, and oh, cool. Yeah, exactly. CAD progress 0.01%. We haven't even picked what we're gonna do. But I don't know. I'm having a good time, so I can't be mad. Yeah, I'm surprised you know how a hotel Wi-Fi is. So here's a trick I'm doing, Lawn Dog, for the hotel. So a buddy of mine pointed this out, and due to Arizona's recent law on how do I put this on adult content, I decided, hey, I got to get me a VPN. And I've had VPNs in the past, but they've kind of just been, but you know, that was like a while back. That was like 10 plus years ago. I think the last one I got, they were blacklisted on every fucking server. So if I tried to like use it to watch Netflix or something, it would be like, you're using a VPN. And so it'd call me out. So, but the one I'm currently using seems to be pretty good. So no complaints. But the what a buddy of mine pointed out is a lot of hotels will stagger your bandwidth based off of what kind of data it is. But if you run a VPN, you're immune to all that, and you're just stuck with whatever bandwidth that they allow overall. And typically that's a shit ton. And so I'm doing that, and oddly enough, the upstream at this hotel is more than what I have on my, it's more than what I have at home on a fairly decent, somewhat pricey residential internet connection. So, not bad. Yeah, I'm looking at the network, and it's shoving a meg up and a meg down, a megabyte, and it's doing fine. I still prefer to work on my own boards. It's just so much easier to do Python and C than ST on a cursed ladder. I use Visual Basic, Java, C, C. Wow. Damn. You multilingual, boy. Oh, is it start getting buffery? I think we just hit like a weird bump because I'm showing solid. But you know what? I don't have the little meter to tell me. Let's see. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Stats. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I'm showing no dropped frames, but it does. YouTube, the stats on it are a little bit sketchy on how much it's going to give me. Never lose out with Wi-Fi is. Stream is solid. Yeah, so we're dual streaming, and that was the other thing. I didn't have to use Restream. So I'm sending. Oh shit! I don't even know what resolution we're at. Are we at 720? I didn't even look. I think that's what we're outputting. Video. Oh no, we're doing 19. Yeah, we're doing 1080. Okay. So we're at 1080 at 30 frames, and I think we're at like 4,300 kilobits, which is pretty decent. And then it's doing that to Twitch, and then it's sending another stream, I think at the same size, 4,300 to YouTube. Don't say anything important during the buffering parts. Got it, mate. Got it. Yeah, on Twitch, it's saying it's rock solid. We haven't lost anything. It looks pretty good from here, but it's harder to monitor YouTube. They don't give you as many tools on YouTube, but they're working on it. There's a couple of things they added to YouTube recently. Oh yeah, you can do like a vertical and horizontal stream simultaneously. I don't know how the fuck that would work for us, but I was like, cool. Not many solder on streams. Well, I'll try. All right. Well, let's try to get a little bit of some stuff done. At least we could pick a project to work on here. I'm gonna jump this up a little bit so this our font's a little juicier. Let's see. We've got CV processors. I'm trying to think of something that might be like. Ooh, we do have the Modulo magic. Ooh. Oh, fuck. What the fuck is that? Huh? What is that part? Switches? What the fug? I guess I have to read the words. I was trying to avoid it, you know. There's a lot of it. A lot of words here. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Some idea on how to use this module. What the fuck is it though, bro? That's where I'm at. This mathematical word in the mathematical world, modulo gives the remainder after the integer division. For example, 7 divided by 4 would give a result of 1 with 3 remainder. So 7 modulo 4 would be 3. 11 modulo 4 would also be 3, as would 15 modulo 4, and so on. The module allows a similar principle to be applied to a voltage if the modulo step initiation CV is set at 1 volt and the step size also set to at 1 volt. The output would follow the input while the input remained between 0 and 1 volt. As soon as 1 volt was reached, 1 volt would be subtracted from the out. Jesus Christ. I need like a whiteboard for this. I'm really bummed. Like normally I could just blame it on being a stoner, but I don't have that crutch at the moment. I'm just naturally dumb. So for an input varying of 1 to 2 volts, the output would track at a volt less, i.e. between 0 and 1. There are 8 stages to the modulo. There are 8 stages to the module, so this process would occur again as the input voltage passed 2 volts, and so on up to 8. Of course, the step initiation CV and step size are adjustable. This can be used to constrain a CV to a single octave or similar intervals as needed. Now consider if the step size is greater than the step initiation SICV. Each time a multiple of the SICV is passed, the greater, god damn it, dude. The greater step size voltage will be subtracted, resulting in a successive negative offset to the output. A smaller step size will have the opposite effect, with the successive position offset being added. When a rising voltage is fed into via the particular set, the VCO rising bubble will result. There is also an offset adjustment to adjust the initial value to which the modulo will be applied. An optional switch will allow the number of modulo cycles to be limited between 8 and 1. Of course, this is not the only way the module can be used. It also be used at audio frequency wave multiplier, A triangle sine sawtooth waveform at audio frequencies can be modified to produce some pleasant, ready type sounds as the input is controlled by CV. These timbres can, of course, be swept. While untested, this module should work at plus minus 12. Medulla oblongata. There you go. I don't know if we're going to do this one. What is the fucking parts in here? Like, so why does it say LM39? Oh. Are these dip converters? Yep. So correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, but I believe this is an SMD, and it's on the underside, and there's traces that go to the 8 pins so that you can drop it in, like, because you probably couldn't find a through-hole version of that chip or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna lean heavily on that theory. So we'll need an 8-position rotary switch. Get fucked. God, I hate rotary switches. They're so expensive. And they're so fucking hard to get. Yeah, LM393, TLO 72, and a 4066. Those are all, you can get those off the shelf. Negative slew. This is, okay, so I want to avoid any of these surge modules. Let me see what. Until I have, like, I guess, you know, if he's printing it, then it's okay. I just don't want to get him in trouble. Or, well, I don't know. I think... Yeah, so with permission by the author. So I think I'll hold off on the surge stuff. We'll do that later on. Because here's my long-term plan with this project here. Is I'd like to convert that a lot of his designs into KiCAD for posterity, and just because it's like easier to access than, you know, what he has, those drawings and shit. And the plan is to get like a handful of these, like a dozen or so, and then reach out to Ken and be like, hey mate, I really love your stuff, you know, blah blah, glaze him heavily. No, he's a crotchety old man. I don't think he'll give a shit about any glazing, but either way, politely glaze. And basically be like, hey, I've been taking your designs and converting them into KiCAD. I've just been doing the schematics, but for my own personal interest, I've made PCB layouts. Can I get your permission, your blessing to publish these, and of course reference you and everything like that, but create basically a mirror site of his site on like GitHub where it's just the schematics, and then like in the README I would probably copy a lot of this text or throw a link back to his page. That's kind of my thought. And then if he's cool with it, Then I'm down to get like really thick into it and go through more. Man, here, I'm gonna do something a little goofy here. Move me up. I think that makes sense. Yeah. Ooh, you know what? I just got 2 ideas. There we go. Now, oops. Damn it! That's right. That's crazy. This program treats it as 2 different. Yeah, there we go. Analog switch matrix. That's kind of a cool. It's nothing crazy. It's pretty. Oh, I sit corrected. Is this using DGs? What the fuck is it using? 4066. What? Huh? But where is this? These is there a push button in here I'm missing? Am I stupid and I don't know what a 4066 is? I thought it was a... Oh. My bad. It's a CMOS switcher there. Okay. All right, well, okay, now that explains the last module we were looking at, the Medulo thing. So it applies it and creates the switch after you pass like a certain voltage, like 1 volt or whatever. And then you have your COM and ICOM. What is that? Inverted and non-inverted. And then you have wait, what? So, input 3 has oh no, they all have that on there. Okay, so you have an input, this common input that goes to all of them, and you have an inverted version of it as well. And then you have these 3 individual inputs. What the fuck does that mean, though? Is it just categorizing which one it is? Control 3? Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't understand what that is. Unless it's this mix in. It's funny, he doesn't have this explained. Like, there's no wiring diagram or anything. You kind of have to figure out from the board here. Okay, so those are the inputs. So you do have individual outputs, and then somewhere there's a mix in. Oh. I thought that was internal. And then you have your individual controls. And then whatever the fuck this is, I don't know. Hey, Blind Via, welcome in. Yeah, I realize that now. Foil hats. I think I was thinking it was something else. Yeah, well, and Blind Via, this is exactly why I want to convert these over so that you can have a complete schematic with, you know, all the information on it. This is really good, but it's a little hard to read. And a lot of his and that's true with a lot of his stuff. It's a little bit hard to read, and so if we can convert it over to KiCAD and have a complete version, and then for ourselves, I don't plan to publish it in any way, but for ourselves, we would have like PCB designs from these, and we've done it a little bit on some other projects. Whoa! Blind Via with the double hundo in the bits. Thank you very much, mate. I really appreciate that. Man, I'm on a level with you. I didn't expect this stream to be that enjoyable. I don't know how to put. I don't know. I thought I didn't expect this reaction. Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go. Unfortunately, I don't. The stupid alerts aren't going through the stream. There's something weird with the audio, and I haven't been able to figure it out. And I spent like over an hour trying to solve it, and I just kind of was like, ugh. At least the mic works. And that didn't work for a while, too. It was all grungy, weird sounding. All right. Where am I? I lost my page. I was looking at. There we go. So that actually kind of sounds cool. Gate converter. Isn't this like it converts a trigger? Yeah, this is a really simple design. Might be worth it since it's, you know, down and dirty. Switch matrix eurorack. Ooh. Bro, what? Sorry, I drooled on myself. That's pretty hot. So this would have to go to some other like breakout module with inputs and outputs. Vertical expansion out, regular out, horizontal expansion out, vertical expansion in, horizontal. Oh, Jesus, damn it. Thought it would make it bigger. Horizontal expansion in, 2 input jacks. Power. Actually, I'm kind of fascinated by it. But like, so it's a, what is it, 6 or 8? So it's 8 by 8. Couldn't you just put 8 jacks on the right and then 8 on the left and do this with your hands? And are these LEDs? I think these are. Bro, this is insane. Wait a minute. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, those are LED holes. There's ground, there's common, and then when you press it, it completes it. Oh, wow. Huh. It's kind of a cool matrix, to be honest with you. Those traces on the underside. Oh, scheisse. Where did I go back to chat? Those traces on the underside look fascinating to me. I know. I'm kind of. I like this. These patterns here. They're pretty. This. I know we're so used to looking at nonlinear circuits traces, and like, I know they're very triggering for some people. What was it? I got a comment on YouTube not too long ago on a video, and it was like just soldering. It's like these close-up soldering videos that I put out, and like someone asked, like, "Is that a nonlinear circuits board?" And I was like, "Did the traces give it away?" But those are. I don't know about the soldering job so much, but this looks really, yeah, kind of into this. Might be worth making. I don't know. I wonder if LB has this, but I don't like. Yeah, whatever. Oh, before I forget, and I don't even know if they're in chat or what, but someone I think it was like 3 days ago, or yeah, it was like Wednesday or Thursday. Ordered a bunch of merch from our online store, sidheresediy.com. I think that's the site. And yeah, they got like a hat and I can't remember. It was like a hat and a shirt or something. But it was a bunch of stuff, and I really appreciate it. If you're in the chat, even if you're not, I throw it out into the ether. Yeah, here we go. It was they got some stickers, a hoodie, and a hat, which I think I have the hat here. Let's see. I pack it in my bag. Yeah, this is. I think it was the 808 or the 909? Yeah, they got one of these. I use this. I'm not a big hat guy, but yeah, they got the 909 one. But like, if you wear glasses, they're kind of handy when it's raining. Yeah, this is. Here, I'll switch over to the shot so you can see. So this is the 808 one. It's embroidered. They're pretty nice. I should say they're really, really good. Like the company that I get to do the merch stuff, the quality has been really nice. This one, actually, I see a stitching that's come loose here, but I beat the hell out of this thing. This thing rides really rough in my bag, so I'm not surprised there's a little bit of roughness coming out, but still. Really appreciate it. Thank you again, whoever you may be. You don't sell finished modulator? What do you mean modulators? By the way, welcome in, Electro One. I don't know if have you been here this whole time? Oh yeah, you were. Yeah, you were. Never mind. I'm sorry. It's my first day. You don't. What do you mean modular? Are you talking about modules? Oh man, my nail got all jacked up. Just a second. Sorry, gotta do a little nail maintenance there. All right. Like audio pads, sound change, etc. Things that you make on stream. I did for a little while, and it just there isn't a lot of demand for it, I guess. Like I did for a while. I did have like one or two people that were kind of interested, and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy the next module you put in and whatever." And then that whole relationship went sour, and so they're like, "Oh, I'm never buying anything from you again," and they left, and like no one ever took their place and started buying modules again. So I just kind of was like, I slowly just started taking them off. And I don't think I have any in the store anymore. I am always up for... So on nonlinear circuits, I'm on their trusted builder list. So I'm always game for building a module if someone would like one. Like maybe there's a project that's maybe they're a little worried it's too high out of their skill set, or maybe you just don't like soldering, but you like the rest of this shit. Then I'd be more than happy to build one for a person, what's the term I'm trying to say? Not consignment, just like ad hoc or whatever, like per request. So if you were like, hey, Sid, can I get the XYZ123? I'd be like, yeah, let me get an order in. It'll probably be like a month because I don't have the but yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that. But making them in advance and trying to stock them just seems like a failing business plan. And it was for like quite a few years. I was like, this is just sitting here. And what's funny is all the stock that I did have, I ended up just using it. Like I'd take it out of the box, and like a couple of modules I gave to a buddy of mine, because I'm like, oh, here, use this to test stuff. They're not a modular person, but they needed some modules to kind of test out some electronics things. So I'm like, here, just take this. It's like not doing me any good here. Let's see. Man, not smoking is really fucking awful. I kind of wish I had some tequila with me. I didn't even bring tequila with me. In the last few trips I've taken out of town, I brought like a hip flask of tequila, but I was like, man, I'm gonna be gone 2 weeks. There's not enough hip flasks in the world. I'd be better off just buying a bottle. And I almost did yesterday, but I didn't want to walk around with a bottle of fucking tequila in the heat, so regretting that decision now. Dude, a diatonic converter? Wait. Diatonic converter is an adapter. Oh. So we'd still need it for the infinite melody and gate comparator. So I don't know why this page is rendered so fucking large. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of in Januber, and like I said, I almost did, but and they actually had a decent price. They had Tequila Ocho there, which is one of I recommend to people. I'm like, it's a good medium price, about $60, but they had it for like $55 there, and it's like they make a Reposado and a Blanco, and they're both really good. They're like, it's probably not the greatest tequila you've ever had in your life, but it doesn't taste like jet fuel or anything. It's pretty smooth. And they had some other ones there too, but yeah, I didn't want to like try lugging that thing around because I was on foot. And I could get some liquor Ubered to me possibly, but I don't know, that my heart isn't really, I don't know. You probably weren't here earlier. I've had to I've had to stop smoking vape pens, and I don't have any other ganja or anything here, and so I'm just kind of living sober, and it's kind of weird. Like, there's a part of me that's like, hey, dude, why don't you do this, man? Why don't you prove to yourself, this and that? And then the other half of me is like, who fucking cares? You only YOLO once. So, but it's funny, when I was walking yesterday, I had to go get the pen battery, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna go get this, and I'm like, man, it's been like over a day and a half and I haven't gotten high, and I don't really feel bad or anything. There's no like I guess withdrawal would be the word, but that sounds stupid when you talk about weed. But there's no withdrawals or anything like that. I honestly, it's kind of funny to me. I feel pretty much the same. Or I feel normal. I don't feel sick or anxious or anything. But like, if you've ever had to quit something like smoking, or like smoking is probably a good example, like smoking cigarettes. If you've ever had to quit that, I always tell people the hardest part is trying to figure out your new habits. Because, your go-to after dinner is to have a cigarette. Your go-to after the movie is to have a cigarette. You have all these, like, this pattern. And now that it's not there, you're kind of like, you walk into a wall. Like, oh, what do I do after I eat dinner? And you have to come up with, like, new shit. And I'm kind of finding that right now with myself, with ganja. I'm just like, oh, man, I guess I'll just... I guess I won't. I'll just drink Dr. Pepper. Better than Patron Anejo? Yeah. Patron is not the worst tequila out there. It's not, but it's not my favorite. I've had Patron a few other times. I have like a little bottle of Patron Extra Anejo, like the little airport bottles, and I haven't tried it yet. But I've never been. I don't know. I've never thought Patron was the greatest, And I've since found, like, and you find this. I think the same. It goes for like lots of different liquors, like whiskey and so forth. Like the big popular ones aren't bad, Like Patron isn't bad, but there's so many better things out there, in my opinion, and others too. But there's so many better ones out there. And it's like the same freaking price. And like Ocho, what's another one that's really good? Cascawen is really good, but it's more expensive. It's close to $100. I think you can get Cascawen Blanco, but not the Tahone, or Tahona, or however it's said. No. You can get a Blanco Tahona, and I think it's like just under $90. So it's still pretty expensive, but those are really good. I don't know. I'll tell you, if you ever want a really good cheap tequila that tastes amazing, Areta is one of the ones I'm like, just get yourself a bottle of Areta. It's TAHONA or E. The Tahona is a type of stone that they use to crush the agave. And I don't know the details, but it imparts a taste. What's that? Oh, fuck. So nice. Yeah, Anejos are really good, honestly. I mean, yeah, there you go, Kelton, the Cascawen Tahona. And there's different. There's so the Tahona is a stone. I just recently learned this is a stone, and that's what that term is. And you can get other tequilas that are Tahona. Yeah, let me think. Well, we're in an ad, so I don't want Ingenuber to miss. I don't know the. Wasn't loud. Oddball, welcome in. Thank you for the 10 bits, mate. Really appreciate that. That didn't make it through though, did it? Like you didn't hear it in the stream, the sound alert. That's so fucking annoying. Oh, you did hear. Oh, it is playing through. Okay, then I wonder what it is. It's not. Well, so it may be playing through the speakers. I have the speakers up on the computer, but I don't know how well that works. Okay, so it was. Yeah, I was playing through the speakers. That's so dumb. But here, I'll do this. This might beef it up a little bit more. Yeah, I don't have the delay pedal. Dude, I don't have a delay pedal to route the audio out and through and then back into the stream. I didn't bring that much gear. I was going to bring like a little camera and lights, and then the day I was working on it, I was like, dude, you're going to bring all this and every internet connection is going to be like 1 bit a day. It's but yeah, all right, we're back from the ads over there. So Ingenuber, yeah, there's Aretta, Arette, I think is how you spell it. You can get, they make a reposado that is one of my favorites. And it's really cheap. It's about $30 a bottle for their stuff. And it's great if you wanted like a mixer. It's really good for that. It's also really good for sipping. I'm trying to think. You know, I have a bloody picture of my fucking liquor cabinet. I can just look at that. All right. Oh, here's a good one too. If Lalo, Lalo. So Lalo is the grandson, I think, of Don Julio. So Don Julio is garbage. The company's actually in the middle of a class action lawsuit. It's lots of other liquors too, for them like putting additives in and not disclosing that. And like even in their like one of them was Casa Azul, which is a really expensive $300 bottle, and it's this crazy fucking stupid bottle. And that, I think there was one thing I read that they tested it and it had less than 40% agave. The rest was additives like sugar and shit like that. So Don Julio, not a good tequila. Lalo, basically the same recipe, the original old recipe, I think is what the story is. But it's a good one. They only make Blanco, though. They only make the Blanco. But one thing that's cool they do is they do make a high proof. Every year, they'll make a small batch of high proof. And I just found out the 2025 high proof has got released. So I might go get me a bottle of that. But it's like 108 proof, I think. It's like pretty high. But it's really, really good. G4, G4, they make a Reposado, they make a Blanco, they make a high proof, $60 bottle tequila, really good. Don Fulano, Donfulano, that's a pretty decent one too. And then if you want to spend some money on a nice tequila, Cascanes. It's over $100. I think it's like $100 to get their like number 7. They have different versions, like number 7, number 11, and I don't know what those numbers mean. But the you can get Cascanes. The bottle I bought was like $120, but it's a Reposado and number 7, and it's worth it. I took a sip of it. I haven't had much of it. I just took one sip, and I was like, all right, I didn't waste my money. And then I have a bunch of like kind of meh tequilas I've collected. If you're a whiskey person, if you really like whiskey, you might really enjoy El Ateo. They make a reposado that is definitely comes from like a whiskey barrel, and because you smell it, it smells almost like whiskey and tequila mixed together. But when you sip it, it has that whiskey flavor. I'm sorry, and when you sip it, it has the tequila flavor, and you don't really sense any whiskey, but it has that smell. So depending on how much you like or dislike whiskey, it might be a good one to go. I actually think I saw Tequila Ocho at Costco. Yeah, Costco also has G4. Yeah, G4 or G4 is pretty good. I was like one of the first bottles I ever bought, and I was not disappointed. Well, I bought like 3 bottles. I bought the Lalo, the G4, and maybe it was the Areta. I can't remember. Maybe the Ocho. I don't remember specifically, but I could look back. But I bought the 3 bottles, and I remember the G4 was my least favorite. But I kind of found out that the Blanco is probably not their best, but I definitely like their Reposado. And then I bought a high proof of theirs. I know it's going to be so dumb how I do this, but it's quicker than me trying to fucking. So, oops. So yeah, we've got this is a high proof, and then that's a Reposado. Really, really good. Both of them. Yeah, there's the 2 Lalos. The one on this side is the high proof, and then that's a regular Blanco. And then here, we'll just do it this way. It'll be easier. And then these are the top shelf. I have we've got Cascoin high proof, and then the Tahona, and then the Cascanes and the Tequila Ocho. El Ateo is a Reposado. Yeah. It's hard to see in the picture, but I mean it's dark. It's not a clear liquor, so it's definitely. And I almost always buy Reposados. I almost can see the word under the El Ateo. It almost looks like it says Reposado there. Weird. Why is there like a weird glare? Is that? Oh, that's from the lens. I'm reflecting light into the camera. Yeah, the El Ateo, I'm sure they have other ones. I got it. The guy at Total Wine and More recommended it to me. He said it was like a... Oh, shit. Hold up. I always forget the name. I have to look. I have it written down like... Fortaleza. Fortaleza. If you ever find Fortaleza, get it. I will pay you extra for it. It's extremely hard to find. Like you just walk in and buy it. And but I've been told multiple times it's probably one of the best, one of the top tequilas out there is Fortaleza. Now I want ranch water with good tequila. Yeah, since I've gotten into tequila, I keep seeing those where it's like it's just like a seltzer, or is it just sparkling water and tequila? Which one is it? For ranch water, can't remember. There's an Instagram account I follow called the Tequila Collective, and it's pretty cool. There's this dude, he's about our age, and he's got a massive tequila collection, and he has all this content on it. He has like his 5 top picks for this month or that month, and he's even like gone down to Mexico and gone to these distilleries, and even some of them will offer you to make your own, so you're grinding the agave and everything like that. So he's fairly knowledgeable on it, and one of the things he does is a little thing called Will It Tequila, and he basically just takes different, like an orange soda or whatever, and then maybe not orange soda, but some sort of soda or juice or whatever, and mixes it with like a really nice tequila, like a Lalo or Gay Quattro or something like that. And I've been noting them. I've been saving them on my Instagram because I'm like, man, someday I need to go down to the shop and just buy some of these juices and, put a little tumbler, maybe a little ice in there and go to it. Topo Chico Blanco, squeeze of lime, and a pinch of salt. I don't know what Topo Chico, I don't know what that is. Is that carbonated? Anytime I see ranch water, it's tequila ranch water. Ranch water cocktail recipe. Skinny margarita? What? This is Esplanado Milana. Yeah, Espelon is pretty good. I almost bought a bottle when I was here. Sparkling water. Oh, I feel compelled to mention that Topo Chico got into trouble for a couple of years ago. Some reports. Okay, well. Let's see. Ranch water is a cocktail made from Blanco tequila, fresh lime juice, and sparkling mineral water. Okay, that was the... Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate those pop-ups. I feel like I fucking got busted. All right. Yeah. I'm kind of mad I didn't grab some chips or something. I don't know. So, like, I don't know. It's so weird not smoking. All right. We're not going to get anything done today, are we? I feel like I've let you guys down a little tiny bit by not even... Oh, look at that. Okay, let's do that. Oh, goddamn. Well, wait a minute. We could still do this. Oh, look at that. Wait. Oh, shit, dog. Can you see that? Does it show up on the monitors, the minotaurs? You know what that is? Come on. First one that guesses it correctly. I know it's a Vactral. Ooh, shit. Oh man, we gotta get the polyester styrene capacitors too. Oh yay. About 10 years ago, I bought like a couple $100 worth of all these different polystyrene caps. So I may have these values. Just switch to just chatting. I know, right? I should. It's funny though. We did that for a really long time, and I did, well, for 6 months I think we did just chatting, and then eventually I was like, man, nobody in here is, they come into the channel and they're like, what are you doing? Electronics? Fuck that. It just did not work. They also talked like that too. It was terrifying. Papoon for president. Plan B. Oh, Plan B. That's a name I haven't heard in a long, long time. see. Yeah, plan B is to make modules. I don't think they're still around though. Let's see. Yeah, they're still... Oh, they still make them. Or no, nope, they don't. Yeah, I think Plan B is, I don't think they're around that much anymore. I can't even find their fucking website. Or their regular website. So that might be kind of a fun... Jesus, Jones. But polystyrene caps are like... fucking suck. Yeah, styro. 220. I know for a fact I have that, and I know for a fact I have a 1 nanofarad. And I might even have a 4.7. So I don't know, it might be doable. But like, what a pain in the butt for Joe Schmo. I wonder if you could replace a polystyrene cap with like, I mean, what, I don't really know. I never understood what was so special about them. I don't know if they have like a weird dielectric where their response or performs whatever that's different. Like, I wonder if you could get by with like a, maybe not for the 4.7 nanofarad, but like for the 220, I wonder if you just need to do like an MPO or a C0G or something like that. And what's that? Unless you're up in the tens of kilohertz or need temperature stability, like a VCO, shouldn't matter that much. Yeah, well, this is exactly that. It's a filter. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, we're not going to be able to do this. I just realized there's no schematics. Never mind. We'd have to like reverse engineer it from the pictures, and I don't feel like that. That's funny, actually. Surge phaser, real ring mod. I have the real ring mod. It was one of the first modules I ever built. Oh, you know what? I never made the panel, and I didn't even build it. I just bought these, like as is. He sells them this way. They're so you got these little transformers. How do you describe it? Is something to try out on CGS Real Modulator. The 2 required. Please note that this is not a guitar effects where you can plug in your guitar and get sound out. Extra circuitry is absolutely essential, either directly wired or as part of the equipment. If you need to ask how to use it, then it's not for you. This is something you can try out to have a real ring modulation. Yeah. So you have to, you have to have 2 for it to work right. And you have your signal source and your carrier, and then you have the modifier, and then your out. Yeah, I should finish this. I'm kind of mad now that I'm looking at it, and I'm like, dude, I have this sitting in a bucket somewhere. And it's just these 2 little guys. I bought them like that. They're already pre-built. I think that the diodes on there are germanium. He doesn't state it here. Well, maybe he does. Diode. Nope. Yep. What's that? SID reverse form PCB is fun though. Yeah, I'm not against the idea. It doesn't look very complicated at all. I agree with you. But I'm going from pictures. Let's see if he has a... We get the underside of the board, which we could extrapolate a lot, and then we can see from the top. So I don't know. I guess it would be possible, but I mean, mate, this is a big job. I'm gonna save that one for a later time. You know what though? I did see, or did we already do that? The buy and tick filter. I think we did. Oh, weird. Hmm. Stand by. All right. You know, he has this gate sequencer. It's not a very complex design. It's just really just switches, and then you have like it routes a pulse. And I've always kind of wanted it because I love gate sequencing. Whoa. What? The fuck is this? Dude, this is awesome. Holy shit. These are all ands. Huh. That's cool, actually. I really. So you got a built in clock with a regular and an inverted out. The first stage drives that. So these are divided down further. This is divided by 10? What the fuck? What? I've never seen this before. This is really. So you would get a 10th division. So this would take a whole cycle of 10 ticks to make this advance 1 tick, and then so on. Mates. Oh, why do you put a rotary switch? There's no rotary switch. What the fuck is. Length rotary switch. Never. No, no. I'm just going to have it. I'm going to do a reset. I'm not going to do a rotary switch. You got 2 reset inputs on here. You can do it the old school way, the surge way. So what it would, like, instead of having it like a fixed sequence length, you would have one of these go into reset, so it would only count to 3. And then once it got to the third, it would just jump back to 1 once because it hit reset. That would be better than doing a rotary switch. I hate rotary switches. When I was a kid in school, a rotary switch used to bully me every day. First, it was just, mean things about not being, linear, switching, having to flop around and stuff, and it really hurt. It really did, and then that rotary switch just got worse and worse. Yeah. Don't even like to think about it. So, but what's Tits McGee here, if you haven't noticed, so you'd use these ands. So it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would go into here, but it wouldn't trigger until it rounded 3 times, and then it would trigger. So you could send like a pretty fast clock into here, or a slow one, or not even slow, just like, like 5 hertz or something. I guess that's pretty fast. Whatever. And man, I'm really enamored with this. This is like a really cool... I've never seen this idea before. Like, this is a novel idea. It would be a massive build. You'd basically have to have 3 of these sequencers in here, and then I guess, you'd have some... What the fuck is this? So you could link them together. Huh. Gate out, gate out. Okay, so you have 2 sides here. Oh, so these are each one of the gate outs. And this would be like a summed out, I guess. And then pulse, I think it gave it in that diagram. Yeah. So the mix out would give you contiguous gate. So it would, like, if it went high, it would stay high until that signal stopped. But the pulse out would go this one, this one. Okay. What is this? Oh, wait, so that's the clock out. Never mind. So this wouldn't have a summed version unless you... No, it still wouldn't work. Wow. That's... Oh, I built this, and I use it constantly in Jamtown. This was a really hard build too. He doesn't have a panel here. So it's a clock divider, and then you have like all these Boolean functions, like and let's see. You've got an AND gate, you've got an OR, then you've got an XOR, and then you have another. It's like oh yeah, and then you have an inverter as well. It has this. Where is it? There's one in here, maybe not. Oh yeah, here we go. So there's an OR gate, and then I use this one for OR exclusion. So it's, I think he describes it. It has to pass a particular voltage that's a ref volt sent by the exclusive, if I remember right. I almost never use it, but if you plug in a bunch of different like a different dividers and like divider outputs into it, you get some funky funk. Yeah, here's the key to it. Yeah, I don't know if I have a picture of that. I'm sure I do. I just don't know where it is. Here we go. There's the buy and tick. I think we were looking into this. Yeah, motherfucker. Good luck finding. Yeah. What is it? A 394? Is that what that is? It's not labeled. There it is. Yeah, it's a 394. I don't know why it moved on this version. Oh, no, what? Yeah, I guess this is a newer board design. I don't know, but yeah, it's a 394, and you have to have a Tempco. And then yeah, look at this. You got to have a 3140. That one's gonna be. That's gonna be hard to get all those parts. It's not impossible, but man, sometimes like having to hunt the earth for parts, especially these days with tariffs in the U.S. It's like it used to be easy. Like you just order a bunch of garbage from China and hope one of them works. But nowadays it's so much more expensive that it's like, oh, I can't just order a bunch of garbage off of eBay from China. It's Boolean. Thank you. Not Boolean. Yeah, I always screw up the pronunciation. That thank you for correcting me. I always Boolean. Boolean is like for like chicken. Wait a minute. What the fuck? I just noticed that. Oh, weird. I just noticed the chat is really off. Or no, it is. What was I looking at then? Okay, whatever. I thought the chat thing wasn't working, but it is. Shit, I lost my page a second. There we go. Yeah, it's always funny. You know, ever since I've streamed, I've discovered so many words I've been mispronouncing this whole goddamn time. Thank God I don't have a fucking thick skull about it. That'd be so annoying. I remember when I was a kid, I was playing this video game called Star Control. I think that was the name. It was on the Sega Genesis. It was like an EA game with the little orange tab on the side. And like I used to have the poster too, because I remember when I got the game, I think it came with a poster or you could send off for one. And it was the artwork of it. And it was just like this crazy, you know, witchy looking hand and on the front. Let's see if I can probably just figure it out. Star Control. What was the fucking game? Let's see, maybe it'll come up. Nah. Yeah, there it is. But where's the yeah, there's the cover art. Yeah, I used to have that poster in my fucking bedroom. But anyways, the whole reason I bring it up is that there was 2 factions in the game, and let me see if it brings it up here. The famous game with an accolade, strategy game, just the Paul Rice, blah blah blah. Star Control was a commercial, blah blah blah. Does it mention the fucking 2 factions you get to pick? If it does, I missed one past. Oh yeah, here we go. Plot. Yeah, the Urquan. Here, let me see if I can just find it. Oop. Wait, what? What just fucking happened? Yeah, there it is. The Urquan hierarchy. So I'm like 11 or 10 at the time when this game was out, and I was playing it to death. And I constantly pronounce that word, here Archie. What's the Urquan? Here Archie. Because I didn't, never heard of the word hierarchy because I'm 11. And I remembered, like, it was a very tough pill for me to swallow that I'd been mispronouncing that word wrong for ages. Star Control is what Britney Spears' parents did before she started posting nudes on Twitter daily. Did she? I didn't know she posted nudes. I remember she did the weird knife thing in the bikini, but I don't think she showed anything. We get one more DP. That's what she's doing now. Ugh, poor gal. Yeah, nothing makes me not want to be famous in any way, shape, or form than looking at other celebrities crash out. You know? Like, oh, well, I would like to avoid all that. That looks like shit. What is that? Twirl, twitch, and shake weirdly while being butt naked. Well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. You know, I remember she got really popular, like, when I was like a teenager. When I was like 16 or well. And, I'm a teen, I'm a horny teen or whatever. And like you'd see her on Rolling Stone and everything. And she was older than me, I think. I think she is older than me. Let me see. How old is Britney Spears?
Britney Spears is 43 years old.
Ah, shit, I'm older than her. Oh, wait, then that meant when she was in Rolling Stone, like on the cover, pretty provocatively. Oh, gross. I never thought about it like that. Ew. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. Oh well. It was a darker time. Signaling the yeah. What was it? What's that one actress? Was it Amanda Bynes? I think that's her name. She came up, and I guess that gal has like gone way over the edge and is kind of. She has like a tattoo on her cheek, like a little heart or whatever, and I don't know if her eyebrow. I don't know if that's a tattoo or what on her eyebrows. I don't know what's going on there, but or if it's makeup. I don't know. And honestly, I don't want to know because I'm pretty sure it is a tattoo, and I'm like, dude. But whatever. I mean, you either you eat the bar or the bar eats you. I don't know what that means. No kid should be exposed to that industry. It's pretty bad, right? You hear way more. There's very few stories where they came out on the other side unscathed, like a lot of child actors or whatever. Well, I'm sure I've bored the hell out of you guys many times about this fucking podcast I discovered where the podcast, it's been around for 18 years, and pretty much all they do, well, not all, that's probably about 60-80% of what they do is dunk on Corey Feldman. And before you think, oh, that's mean, no, Corey Feldman's pretty big prick, pretty weird egomaniac, just not, I mean, yeah, it's kind of, what's funny is they dunk on him, but like literally they're just like pointing out that, Corey, we're not that dumb, man. You can't keep throwing these fundraisers for your movie that you're going to expose Hollywood and then never do it and keep all the money. You can't keep doing that. Stuff like that. They call him out. And what's funny is I've been watching it for a couple of weeks now, like a lot of this content, because it's just funny and it's kind of interesting fodder. And the guys that host it, the podcast, are fucking hilarious. They've given me multiple really good jokes that I'm like, I'm keeping that one in my pocket. That's a funny one. But they pointed out they're honestly Corey's biggest fans. They buy everything that comes out. As soon as his song's out, they listen to it. They make fun of it, but they're not like, oh, it's the worst song ever. They're like, oh my God, Corey doing it again. So it comes from a place of love. And I think that's the funny bit about it with the whole thing. But what comes up a lot is, him being a child actor, and like he's a good example of a child actor where it was like, oh, dude, you did not turn out so hot. That's too bad. But what was the other one? There's a bunch. Yeah, Hollywood has like things in place to kind of help protect the kids and so forth, but it's almost like, OSHA level laws, like, well, is this rule, you have to do this, but that, that only helps so much. Oh no! Well, Porphyry, I know you're driving, so I won't ask you a bunch of questions. But was it attorney, or was it limit? No limit? And I don't care so much for adults paying for fame with DJ and stuff. If you get on the Weinsteins or of Hollywood and you consent to it as an adult, I don't think you have the right to then whine about it 15 years later. It was your choice. Shit choice with shit dudes. Yeah, I can agree with that to an extent. Sure. Yeah, I mean the whole industry is really disgusting, and there are some well, Corey Feldman just he had, I don't know if you guys remember or you want to look it up, Corey's Angels. If you look up that particular part of his life, dude, what a piece of crap. What a piece of crap. Oh, No Limit Omaha High. Nice. Hard game. Omaha is my favorite poker game. Like, I gave up poker a long time ago. I used to play professionally, and I gave it up. But I still have this hankering to play Omaha High-Low. I like Limit. But, yeah, like, oh, man, I love Omaha High-Low because it's the part of the reason I got out of poker, because it's like the easiest game to win if you're not a fucking idiot, if you play it really smart. I mean, you're still the cards are still gonna come out the way they come out, and you could easily lose, but like if you play it really smart, you're pretty much, you're just watching people fuck up. Like I sit at a table and I just watch people screw up, and I'm like, you're dumb, bro. Whatever. I don't say that, but you know, you get it. And so, well, if it's a tourney, it's probably like a $20 buy-in, $50 buy-in. It's probably not too painful of a buy-in. Well, that's cool, mate. You play poker. Can you play? I haven't even looked at. Like, I remember there was a bunch of anti-gambling stuff that came about like 10 plus years ago for online gambling, but I still see people do it. But I don't know if you can still do, like, is online poker, like with real money, is that still a thing, or has that been, at least in the United States? I don't know about outside of the US, but is that done? Although I think if I played, but the problem is you can't find anybody that plays Omaha. Like in Vegas, this is back in the mid-aughts, like 2005, 2006 is when I was playing. And like I'd go to Vegas and there was only one casino that had Omaha. And it was the New Orleans? Yeah, I think that's the casino. That doesn't sound right. It's a New Orleans themed, maybe wrong, but either way, and it was pretty pricey. I think it was like $510, which I didn't really have. I mean, like Omaha's so volatile that you kind of have to take your bankroll, and normally the rule that I follow is you triple your bankroll, and then for any limit game, you just have a triple bankroll of the big bet, and or you do what is it, 20 times your big bet, but then I would have a triple on that. But for Omaha, I remember I had to do something like 5x, and to play 510, I think you needed like 1,500, like 2K to sit at a table, and I just never had that much money to just burn on a single game. The largest I ever got my bankroll up to was like I think 15K, and which is pretty modest, but like compared to like a lot of other players that I knew. But I mean, I only played for like a year and a half. Well, no, I practiced for a long time, and then I started playing for real. Yeah, I think it was like 18 months. We'll just say that. VPN to EU, tons of web casinos. Oh, then. Yeah, but how do you get your money over there? That's got to. I guess you could PayPal it or something. Because like the federal government's pretty weird here, but I guess I could just look it up online. You guys don't have to tell me how to do it. It's a home game. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, exactly, Porphyry. The biggest thing with Omaha is they play it like Texas Hold'em, and as long as you have that, and that's why I felt like was a huge edge. I'm like, I know this isn't Hold'em. I know that idiot thinks those, the two kings and two queens, they think they've got a full house. They don't. I love that part. That's my favorite part of the game. It's like, oh man, they think they have a full house. They fucking don't because they think this is Hold'em. Yeah, that was fun. That was a great edge. $50 Cam just for that on every table. 50,000. Wait, what? Slow-mo cams on the roulette table to capture the moment the ball lands. Oh, wow. There are 2 7-story buildings in Riga, Latvia, full of online casino tables. The expensive ones that are not animated but have actual tables with real... I've seen those before. Yeah, I've seen videos where people are talking to the dealers or whatever, but I always got the impression those were in the U.S., or the dealers at least... They spoke English and it didn't without an accent, so I assumed that they were American. The casino in Omaha has Omaha. Well, thank God. Online gambling is only legal in these states in the U.S., and you have to live in these states: Nevada, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Michigan. Yep, Arizona's not there. I don't know about financials. Never used one. Yeah. Again, I'm not. I just realized I can fucking look this up. You guys don't have to tell me. I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, exactly. You got to use some weird wire transfer, and I bet like the fees start to really get to you. Like you're putting you put 100 over, but by the time it gets to your there, it's like $80. No, biggest media company is in Las Vegas. They OEM 200s of casinos. Have floors of rooms with tapestries printed for specific casinos. Oh, wow. Oh, LV for Latvia. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I thought Latvia too when you said it, but then I was like, they probably mean Vegas. My bad. Yeah, back when I gambled, when I was doing gambling, I would run 4 poker tables at once. I'd play 4 games at a time. It'd be Texas Hold'em, and I would. The thing I did, which I mean, call me shady if you want, but there's a program that you would run that would data mine every game and every play and every player. And so let's say you play against this guy on one game and you play 100 hands with him. Well, after I think 20 or so hands, it throws up stats because it will give you the statistics like how often do they re-raise? How often do they limp in? How often, and you'd have like another deal that would basically break down their aggression, like how aggressive of a player they were. And so you could play 4 tables at once, and you'd be like, you just like wait for it to light up when it was your turn, and you'd go like, oh, that guy re-raised me? Ah, shit. Oh, wait, he fucking does that every time. I'm going to re-raise him back. Eat shit. I got good cards. And so you play that way. You can make really fast decisions without, having to study. And to be fair, like before I had that software and I just played like a single table, I would write down notes on all my players so I could have the live online. Oh, wow. Okay, I'll check that out. And I think, I think I've seen that online a few times. And And it was really nice. And what's funny, a little back end to that is that, so the database I ran was, it was a big database, and eventually after it got to like 500,000 hands, it would chug. And so I built another computer that would run separately, and I'd network in, that was just running that database. And then eventually that reached its limit. Like access just it would take forever to pull it up. So I had to switch the database and convert it to a SQL database. And that's when I learned about SQL and databases in general. But I learned a lot about like how that shit works thanks to gambling. It's like, hey, I'm learning skills. SQL, come on. Guys, I'm gonna be right back. I need to hit the restroom really quick. I'm gonna turn up these jams that are just gonna bleed into the speakers, but better than nothing. But I'll be right back, guys. Here, I have like fuck it. Back! Alright, let me get rid of this. Oh wait, actually I want to do it. Turn down this volume. Alright, back. Let me catch up. Sin of Riga, 10 minutes away from where I used to live. That's cool. The 50 brands in their customer list, and then I'm pretty sure 2/3 are unlisted. It's a hell of an industry. That said, I despise it. They got some special deals and do not pay taxes in Latvia. Yeah, that might be it too. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. All that being said, too, the reason I got out of gambling I got out of poker was because I didn't like who I was becoming, or I didn't like what it turned me into, sort of. Not like it turned me into a monster, but like when you go to a casino, let's say, and you play roulette or blackjack or slots, whatever. You're just playing against odds. You're just playing against the dealer. You're just playing against the house. But when you play poker, you're playing against other people. And the thing that eventually became off-putting to me, and I didn't like, and I just kind of got out of it, was because, I'll give you an example. I sat down one time at this table, and it was a tournament, and I don't play tourneys very often, and to say I was some slick piece of shit would be an understatement. I was just a greasy fucking jerk, man. I can't even describe it really well without being insanely embarrassed of my behavior. But I would, like, or I'll give you a better one. Actually, that one I don't even. I remember, like, so when you're playing poker a lot, you're kind of looking for marks. You're looking for people. So when you go to Vegas in particular, you'd sit down and you try to sit where all the stupid tourists are. And you're like, okay, here's a good example. Oh, an old lady sat down. I'm going to take that bitch's money. That would run through my mind with some, 70-something-year-old lady just having fun, playing poker. She plays it with her friends or whatever. And I'm just thinking, I'm going to bankrupt this lady. I'm going to take everything she has until she gets the fuck off my table. And initially, I didn't think that was a big deal. But as time went on, I started to recognize, like, dude, that's so gross. I'm fucking disgusted with myself. That's gross. All this is gross. I'm good. I'm out. And and at the same time, I had this weird, I think it was stress. There was a lot of things at play. Like, at the time I was dating this woman and I was living there, and probably one of the top two, probably she's actually in a tie for the most toxic relationship I've ever been in my life. So it was really stressful, and I was playing like garbage, and I was second guessing all my moves. I couldn't play tight and clean anymore, and I was just playing like garbage. So I ended up like losing pretty much my entire bankroll, and I kind of just got out of it and got a regular job. But and then years later, like 3 or 4 years later, I was on a cruise, and they had a table, and I watched myself play incorrectly on and on, like nonstop. I just kept, like, if you're supposed to re-raise, I would just limp. If you were supposed to fold, I would chase. Like, I just played exactly wrong every time. And I realized, like, I'd kind of been neutered from from this thing of like, oh man, I need to find my mark. I need to take my mark's money. I need to take all their money. And so after a while, it just completely displeased me with it. I still think I can't really play games with my friends, because like all my friends play very amateurish, and I would play super, super tight. And anytime I'd push around, they would just fall, and sometimes I'd use that to my advantage, but I'd run into aces or something, or ace king, and I'd be like, uh-oh, bad time for me to push 6-7 offsuit. So I could never really play with Vince. So the only way I could really enjoy poker again is if I were to play for money, and then I'm back into that game of like looking at these human beings, these people that have loved ones, that have pets, that have a whole fucking thing, and just reducing them to this, like, how much money can I take out of them? How much can I take for them? And I've talked about this before with other people, and they go, well, that's competition. And I'm like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that aspect of it. And that's one of the reasons I don't play like pinball tournaments, is because I'm like, why does this have to be a competition? Why can't we just have fun? For them, it is fun. The competition is fun. Let's go. More power to you. But man, it's just, for me, it just feels like it brings out the worst in people a lot of the time. And I just, I don't know. With Porphyry mentioning playing a game, I'm like, oh, I kind of miss it. But then I'm like, oh yeah, I don't miss that. That part sucked butt. Hate gambling as a whole. No person whose boyfriend not only lost all their savings, but took out credit in their name. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I never had that issue. I never had a gambling problem or anything like that. I've had some moments where I fucking totally ate the table, But it never got bad. Like I was going to be in trouble or something, you know. I'm trying to think. One time, my parents, so my dad was still alive. My parents and this friend of theirs from Australia, they all met in Las Vegas, and I came up to visit and hang out. And this is when I was gambling too. And I remembered I went to go play blackjack, and it was kind of late in the evening, but I just wanted to get a couple of free drinks. So I was just going to play for a little bit. And I just like kept losing and losing and losing and losing. And I kept drinking and drinking and drinking. And at one point, and this, if I wasn't so drunk, I would have caught on. The dealer said, "Sir, don't you think you should stop now?" And I was like, "What?" She goes, "Don't you think you should stop playing? You keep losing. You should maybe take a break and come back tomorrow when your luck's a little better." And mate, there is nothing more like, oh, I think I fucked up. No bigger reality check than the dealer of a casino telling you to stop. And I called her out on it. I was like, "Why are you telling me this? Don't you work for the casino?" She goes, "Yes, but Nevada law states that I need to check in with you on this." And I fucking lied to her. I told her a story that, "Oh, no, that's fine. This money's for this, blah, blah, blah." And it was total bullshit. And then the worst part was like I was playing, and then my dad comes through the casino, and he's like, "Dude, you're up early." And then his face like went, "And wearing the same clothes you had on last night. Have you not been to bed yet?" "Nah, man, I'm trying to break even." And he was like, "Get the fuck out." And so I got off the table and everything, and proceeded to experience one of the top 3 worst hangovers of my life after that. So, yeah, gambling, I don't know. I think it was something I was going to do in my 20s and then never again. That's why I like about this home game. Everyone can play the game. It's Battle Royale. Yeah. If I had friends that could play poker well, I'd do it. But all my friends, back when we used to have home games, it was just stupid. It just was never good. And I tried to change up my play style to match them, but I'd just lose money. And I was like, no, I'm here to win, not fucking placate. Since you are in Texas this weekend, this week, man, have you had any huge stakes yet? Ooh, you know what? That's a really good point, Electro. So this hotel I'm at right now is in the middle of fucking nowhere. I had to walk an hour through the grass too. I was worried I was gonna get like ticks and chiggers and stuff, because I had to walk through fucking grass. But by the way, chiggers are parasites. Okay, just so we're clear. And so I was, I'm like, man, I'm stuck in this hotel. There's really nothing to do. And it's like expensive to get an Uber out of here. Like it's at least $10-20. So it's going to be like a $40-50 round trip to go anywhere. So I'm like, ugh, screw that. But the next hotel I'm going to be at in, I think the day I move over there is on Tuesday. But the next hotel is actually in kind of downtown San Antonio, and I'm in the middle of stuff. Like there's some bars, and I found some pinball games as well. So I plan to go walk around and have a lot more fun then. They do the same free drink trap here. Yep. There's no law to tell you to go home. Well, I mean, Nevada is like Nevada and New Jersey are like one of the few states where they have like a big gambling industry, but Nevada's that's like pretty much, I think that's 90% of the industry there. I don't think there's a lot of other money makers in that, you know, besides obviously tourism and whatnot. But I think gambling's a big part, and they have a lot of laws in there and things to oh, here, let me put this up. To, I don't know, consumer protection things like that. I don't know. Either way, I haven't gambled in a casino and like I haven't really gambled in probably 20 years. Yeah, I think it's been 20 years since I've played. Maybe a little bit less because there was that casino. You know what? Okay, so maybe 18 years? It was a long time ago. Well, my U.S. lore comes from movies, so yeah, fair enough. No, New Jersey, it's legal. There's Atlantic City. A lot of people forget about AC. Atlantic City is really, really big touristy kind of thing. Oh, here, I'm gonna turn this off. Last time I was in Texas on a business trip, we ate huge every day. Everything is bigger in Texas. It's so true. Yeah, Electro, my plan is to get some good barbecue. Arizona, Phoenix anyways, doesn't have a lot of good barbecue. There's one place, this guy, he does it right, and he does it Texas style. But yeah, like anytime I'm in Texas, I try to get some barbecue. Try to find a good barbecue place and get some brisket and some pulled pork, stuff like that. Just the, you know, the yum-yums. Het Tanis, welcome in, mate. I have not unfollowed you, but you are not in my top left followed channels even right now. It's because I swear a lot. AC is kind of in decline. I don't doubt that. I've never been to Atlantic City. I've never been to New Jersey. I don't think I've ever been there, but I mean, what the fuck is there, right? It's just casinos. Maybe there's some entertainment, but I mean, Vegas obviously has way more entertainment there. It wasn't yeah, I don't know. That's strange. It's a little annoying. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I mean, I'm glad you're here, mate. I'm glad you found the channel nonetheless, even though I wasn't on the little sidebar there. Yeah, but you're here now. Exactly. Well, I'm glad you're here, mate. Thank you for coming in. Hope it's not too boring here. We haven't done any work. This has mostly been a fucking chatting stream, which, I mean, I'm having a good time. We've had plenty of good stuff to talk about, so no problemo. But yeah, we're here on. I'm obviously streaming from a hotel, which is the title. But I've got a gig here in Texas, and so luckily this hotel isn't too terrible with the internet. In fact, we've only had 56 dropped frames total. I can't see the drop frames on the YouTube channel, though. Unless it's the exact same number. Oh! No, wait, that's frames missing. Yeah, I don't think it shows the YouTube one. I moved to YouTube because it drops less. Oh, really? That's crazy, Porphyry. According to Twitch, we've only lost 56 frames. And I'm streaming at a pretty reasonable bit rate. It's like 4,300. Huh. Maybe I should need to buff it up a little bit more. I could easily go to like 46. You have trouble with Twitch? Fair enough, mate. Oh, you know what? You're kind of new to Twitch too, Porphyry. So just a heads up. You may already know this too, but on Twitch there's a... when you go to... I'm going to have to look at it to remember how you get there. If you go to the settings and you go to quality, like it's usually on auto, but you know, obviously if you get it to a fixed one, that sometimes helps. And then what the fuck was it? Oh, that's an old video. And then further, if you go to advanced, there's this low latency feature, and sometimes it's good to turn that off. The only problem is like, then it never tries to recoup. So your buffer just keeps adding. So it might be 2 seconds behind. And if something happens, it's 3 seconds and it just stays that way and keeps going. And then like you refresh and it'll come back. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, but, or not, I don't know. That's the wrong one. Whatever. Jay, good gracious, hotel streaming. Uh-oh. Welcome in. Jet Pinky with the follow. Let's go, mate. Welcome in. I've chatted with everyone on Twitch. Hold the streaming action is tremendous, Sid. 2 thumbs up. Hey, thank you, Jay. Thank you so much. Sorry to think it's my ISP. I don't know. It could be. There's some tools out there to kind of check that. Can't think of them off the top of my head. Jet Pinky, welcome in, mate. Welcome to the stream. By the way, anybody new to the channel, welcome in. This is kind of an unusual stream for us. Normally we're in the lab and we're soldering and we're making and we're building, but I have a day job. And so we're stuck doing my day job, which is a travel thing. So I'm at a hotel, and much to my surprise, we actually have decent internet at this hotel. So working all right, working pretty good. You might think about, that's foil hats. That's what I've been using. So with them, I'm getting over 200 megabits up, which is better than what I get at home. I have like a gallon of upstream. It's ridiculous. And I'm running through a VPN to bypass the hotel's if they have any, like, you know, they crunch down on certain networks types, like if you're watching 4K Netflix or something like that, they'll clamp it down. I don't know if this place does it. I haven't really tested it, but you know, it doesn't hurt to just run through the VPN. Yeah, Traffic Shaper, thank you. Yeah, I think that's part of it, but to be fair, I haven't tested it without the VPN to see what speeds I get. But whatever, mate. It's good. Oh yeah, I've already built that. I think we did this before. Oh, scheisse. I keep doing that. Oh, scheisse. Where are we? There we are. But yeah, anyways, I was saying we're all about getting people into electronics, getting them into soldering, into making, into building. I have no electrical engineering background, nor do I consider myself an electrical engineer by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm pretty good at figuring shit out. And the whole thing is, if I can figure it out, You should be able to too. And if not, we can figure it out together. Just soldered a synth kit. Share. Which synth kit? What synth kit? I'm all ears. And eyebrows. And if I could wiggle my ears, I'd do that too, but I have limitations. Music Thing Workshop. Let me look that up. That sounds familiar. Here's an assembled one. Bro, mate. That is the cat's pajamas.
I want that boy for my birthday party.
Oh shit, that's right. We had a oh damn it. We had a oh, what do you call it? God. See, this setup is so dumb. Where is the reward request queue? Oddball an hour ago put in a Carl for 5. We could do that. We could do that. Can I do that so we can get it back in? A Terminator T1000 synth. There you go. Damn it, I lost my place. Stand by. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this is dope, mate. Are these, I've never made anything from Music Thing. Did you like your experience? That's a pretty, I mean, that's an advanced build too. Did you, is this, these are all one thing. How long did that take you? Yeah, mate, there's like at least 50 jacks on here. Yeah, that'd be a couple of minutes of work, but I do like that aesthetic a lot. 6 hours? Not too shabby. Not too shabby. What does the pluggable card do? There's a card? I didn't... Oh, this? Yeah, actually, you're right. What is that? Computer is a multi-function module with knobs that switch in audio, CV, and pulse outs initially. The system comes with a USB MIDI card, a Turing machine sequencer, and a reverb card. A community of programmers are creating more cards. Oh, that's sick! So they're in a, what is that format? Micro SD? It looks like a micro SD size. Maybe a little bit bigger. And, oh, maybe it is micro SDs and it has like code that it reads off for the DSP chip, maybe? It is proprietary? Okay. The slot is an SD. I see. Yeah, that's sick. I didn't know about this. Thank you very much for sharing. This is way cooler than I thought. So there's a Pi in there. And that's your core. Yo, that's sick. That's really cool. Here, let's. Oh wait, I don't know if I don't think the audio will play. It's gonna play through the speakers and bleed into the mic. It's kind of dumb because I haven't fixed the audio on this OBS setup. This is not. This is a totally experimental streaming setup that are completely hackable. Anyone who writes code can make, share, and sell these creations. Interesting. Do they have? I'm gonna have to look this up. I'd like to find the. Do they have a link to the SDK or computer buy build guide, quick start guide, buy now? I want to find more about the workshop to do the tiny modular synth workshop synth to quick start card guide. Let's go. Burn the card and the controller. Excuse me. There is a GitHub. Nice. $45. Okay. Ooh. I wonder if it uses socks or something. Like, I know socks is like a... Where's the GitHub, bro? Looks like the micro SD is extended out to swap it to be precise. Raspberry Pi Pico. There's a GitHub. Interesting, interesting. 20 reverbs. Whoa! Oh, and you use a web interface. That's cool. This is awesome. Why is this not a bigger deal? What is it? There, let me find here. Tom Whitewell Workshop Computer. Oh, is that the GitHub? Tom Whitwell. That name sounds familiar. I think I want to get a drum machine. This song is dumb. What language is it using? C+? Or C++, I mean? I feel like this, yeah, it's getting chopped off. Is there any way to, oh, look at that. It doesn't matter, it's still rendered wrong, all right. Language is personal pref. Okay, so, oh wow, so it can compile. Nice. Language is compatible with RP2040, including the Arduino C++ and Circuit Python. Fascinating. I'm not too familiar with Circuit Python. That sounds doable. Oh, I'm sorry, Porphyry. Is that through hole? 6 hours seems like screaming on the. I know, right? It is a big deal. It just hasn't been out that long. Okay, maybe that's where I'm ignoramus on this. Yeah, it does say. What was this? Oh, it doesn't. Backed out too far. I forgot where it tells you the first push date. No, at least 11 months ago. 6 hours. Damn, dog. Huh. Fascinating. I'm seriously, I need to watch the demos on it, but I mean, the fact that you have that open-endedness and it's just going to be these little SD card looking things. That's not bad. CircuitPython is heavy for MCU. It's pointless. Oh. It's two separate things to program: core processor and I/O. Microcode. Microcode is ASM as far as I know. Once you include shipping and tariffs, $450. Yeah, I like the SD card. I might reach out to them, see if I can DIY, if they'll let me DIY it fully, like, you know, PCB and panels. Or maybe they have enough information published, like the schematics and everything, to where I could just DIY it all. Porphy, the Erica Retro Clone Kit is pretty cool too. Oh, really? Okay, now we're just going to look at delicious links, aren't we? Oh yeah, but that thing is bigger than God. That thing is huge. Look at that. Jesus. Wait, is that 5U? It looks like 5U, brah. Introducing Formant, our expanded DIY reimaging of the 1970s Electro Magazine Formant. 27 modules, original wiring, modern upgrades, and pure modular power for experienced builders. I consider myself an experienced builder. All right, what's the pre-order cost, man? Yeah, that's what I was fucking thinking, dog. Jesus Jones. Whoa. Yeah. What are all these partial kits? Formant partial kit. Formant partial kit. Oh, UK, EU. AU. I'm sorry, I was fucking read that wrong. So you get a partial kit for 2,300 euros, and then the full-on beast for 3,000. Ugh. It's a bit of a wallet destroyer. He calls it open source. You have to. Okay, that's fine. I've reached out before and asked, like, "Hey, can I get these?" And I explain I'm a streamer and stuff, and I'll be like, "Hey, do you have any requests that I, you know, don't show all this or whatever? You know, is there any limitations?" I've done that in the past, and everyone's been really cool about it and chill. So there's some stuff like when we're working, like I have schematics for Behringer stuff, and I don't put it on the stream because I really just don't want to butt heads with those guys. But anyways, hosted for everyone or shut the fuck. Yeah, I guess. Well, you know, to be fair, foil hats, a lot of modular manufacturers, they've been worried about people stealing and copying and stuff like that, which, I mean, if they're going to do it, they're going to do it. But I guess to make it harder for them helps. I want to solder a modular from PCB now since the workshop SMD's active components like resistors were pre-mounted. Okay, that was my other question. So when you get it, it's all SMD and you're just soldering the through hole stuff like the jacks and pots. Is that correct? If you play some poker, 3,000 is doable, right? You know? Shit, I thought I saw it was going to be like 1,500 for the kit. Maybe the euro and the dollar has shifted, but I thought we were kind of neck and neck. Like there's a little bit of difference, but is Soviet format clone? But it's not interesting in my humble opinion. Fair enough. I don't know exactly. I'm not familiar with what they're referencing. There's a Look Mom video where he has a bunch of friends in building all the modules, and it's definitely pretty primitive. If I want to steal it, I'll do it. The super simple to reverse. I know, I agree. Okay, so that explains it, Jet Pinky. I was like, how did you do that all in 6 hours? And in the back of my head, I meant to ask, is it through hole and the rest is SMD, or? Yeah, I agree, foil hats. I respect that they are, you know, they're cautious about that. I respect it, but I think it's unnecessary. I think it's silly. I've been working on stuff myself, and I'm like, dude, someone's going to steal it. There's a couple things you can do to help obfuscate it. Like you can make it a multi-layer board, and so it's going to be a little bit harder for them to reverse engineer it. But, I mean, in this day and age, how easy it? Okay, so that's what you're talking. Ruski base Formenta. Oh, is that what it's supposed to be from? I'd rather have the modular. The modular is cooler. There's a series. I see. Well, Jet Pinky, since you're new to the channel and everything, a lot of what I solder on stream is surface mount. And a big thing that we try to promote on the channel is to get people into surface mount soldering. Because it's debatably as difficult to do as through-hole soldering. Well, I mean, I say that cautiously because you can really get into some hairy stuff on SMD depending on how the PCB is laid out and the design and stuff like that. But a lot of what we work on is, I don't know if you're familiar with nonlinear circuits. They're a modular DIY thing out of Australia. And it's basically the crazy ideas of this guy, Andrew F., which I think his last name's Fink, but he's very surge oriented in his designs, which I'm a big fan of surge, but I've just never had the green to start dumping money into it. Plus, I kind of like to DIY rather than buy. As in fact, my slogan is, why buy when you can DIY? Or something like that. DIY and buy rhyme, so you can do a lot of cool raps with it. But I will say that his designs are probably the best to get into SMD soldering. If you're interested in it and you want to do it, you definitely want to hit up or check out Nonlinear Circuits. The size is 0805, which is it's honestly, I think that the easiest to solder, and that before you get really, really tiny. Hey, Weaselbox, why buy when you can fry it yourself, right? And and the layouts are pretty conducive to hand soldering. Let me see. Look, listen, look. Look, listen, look. I've reversed and posted on web boards schematics just because they polished off the part numbers just to make the point that it stick. Yeah, no, I feel you. I'm with you, mate. I'm with you, foil hats. I don't like companies that do that. It's asinine. It's almost an insult. It's almost arrogant, right? Oh, I filed off the names of these chips, bro. Power comes from pin 16 and pin 8. Or no, more better. Power comes into pin 4 and pin 13 or no, I'm sorry, 12 or 11. Either way, I mean, it's not too hard to figure out what these things are, so I agree with you there. Perfect. It bums me out how many kits are out there where they simply don't do SMD or they already done SMD for you. I don't give a shit as to. Yeah, I'm with you there. When I was NobCon a couple of years ago when Bafaka was there, I was talking to them and I was like, hey man, why don't you do SMD? You know, why do you, because they were like, it's really hard to convert these things into DIY kits because it's all through hole and we have to lay it out for through hole. And I'm like, just do SMD, man. And he was like, I don't know. And I'm like, trust me, the kids are ready for it, man. The kids are ready for it. You can go and buy a reasonable microscope if you need image magnification, if you need iMag for it. You can get fucking goggles for $20 that sit out and magnify. That's the only real extra tool I think you need to do SMD soldering. And if you have good eyesight, unlike me, you don't even need those things. You can just, what is it? Bald Engineer, James Lewis? Yeah. He does it all fucking with his little eyeballs, and I resent him every day for it. I think 805 is easier than through hole. I agree with you, but I don't want to say that and give people the wrong impression that it's like super easier, but like, mate, not having to clip the leads off, life changing. Like every time I have to cut leads, I'm like, I hate this. Throw these in the trash. This fucking sucks. So I totally agree with you there. Want the firmware too? Give me another 5 hours and I'll have the right socket prep. Yeah, exactly. Foil hats. That's the other thing too. Well, and we've talked about this before. Like trying to patent a schematic or a circuit design is super, super, super hard. At least, as far as I know with U.S. patents, because you can only, so one is it's expensive. You can only last for 5 years and you have to renew it. And then just getting it to work or getting it submitted and having them approve it is really hard because it has to be completely novel. You can't, if you have anything that includes an existing circuit design, which, after 100 years of this shit, your patent doesn't work. And it also opens you up to other issues. So let's say you patent this design for a filter or whatever, and then someone's stealing it. Well, there's no copyright police. The only recourse you have is is civil. You have to sue them in civil court. And I've heard many stories where the opposing counsel, the attorneys for the people you're suing will just be like, hey, DuPont did this back in 1976. Did you rip off DuPont? and you're screwed. And circuit patents are so it's just what I'm getting at is you really have either make it open source or make it commercial and keep it to yourself. One or the other. But don't do this dumb crap where you're trying to obfuscate it and so forth. If a company who's competing with you buys your product, they'll take it apart, they'll go, oh, they use these components, we'll measure this, we'll figure this out, let's deprogram this, let's extract this, and they'll figure it out. There's nothing you can do to stop them. And I mean, it's kind of sad, I guess, in a way, but I don't know, it kind of lends itself to the open source movement and things like that. So anyways, let me catch up on chat. Weaselbox, both are good, gotta pony up the money too. Yeah, Mom's open source. Yeah, Look Mom is all open source. There's a lot of really good open source designers out there. I follow this Mexican dude, Quincas Moranos, on YouTube. He does a lot of DIY, and he threw down the NLC Resonate on a table with no magnification. Yeah. You have my honor, man. My eyesight is really bad, and it's getting worse. So, I totally am like, good for you, with no sarcasm in that voice. 603 is doable, for sure, but once you get down to 402 and smaller, I call that the someone else. I'm co-opting it, but someone else called it the dust, and I've never stopped laughing about that. I'm like, yeah, the dust. Yep. Yeah, maybe it was you, Foil Hats, that brought that on to me. That like, yeah, you can go back in a patent dispute and typically find that design again in a different deal. So yeah, and I mean, to be fair, it's electronics is a bit finite in everything that it can do. But the applications aren't, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't expect us to have a different type of operational amplifier popping up in my lifetime. I mean, it'd be cool, but to my knowledge, that ship has been... Wait. Whatever. I'm going to stop talking for a minute. I feel like I'm saying stupid shit. Electric dust. Yeah, 402 and smaller. If you want to solder it, you basically, in my experience, you need to have a clean room type setup. If you see my mat, I've got all that garbage all everywhere. I wouldn't be able to do 402. I've tried to do it. It's much harder to do. And I'm thinking in my head, if I had a completely clean mat and I had a completely clean work surface, there wasn't dust, there wasn't little crumbs, there was nothing. It was like, completely spick and span. Then I would, I'd be, 402 wouldn't be that impossible, but I just don't recommend it to people. If you ever see a design with it and you're getting into soldering and getting into SMD, avoid 402. Just avoid it. Yeah, exactly. You can add a couple of resistors and claim, yeah. Yeah, Nintendo is extremely litigious. There's some other companies that are pretty litigious too about that kind of crap. It sucks. I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna, rattle on like, oh, I wish these people would do that. There's a lot of things I wish that were different. Only defensively, it proves that companies can use it. They don't prosecute, infringe. It's not worth it. Yeah, Engineer, that's what I was saying earlier. There's not like a lot of recourse for if your patent gets stolen. You can't contact the Attorney General's office or anything like that. There's nothing you can do because it's completely civil, which, really limits it, because now you're paying lawyers to fight your lawyer battle in court, and even if you were to win, it's still going to cost you a bunch of money. And what do you get out of it? You just stop that person from making money as well. I mean, it just seems dumb. Studio 2 is still okay. Well, in your eyes, maybe. Oh, yeah. Well, designing 402 is fine. But trying to solder it is... I had to do that for that projector that we were working on. And, I mean, to be fair, my Hacko FX 888 is definitely not the right tool for 402. I need to get a smaller pencil, like a smaller tip for my iron. And I don't think they make them any smaller for that stylus, or that pencil, whatever you call it. But and it probably wouldn't be so bad if I had a better iron for that. But again, I just, at the end of the day, the channel, the stream is all about anybody getting into this. So, I try not to get a $1,200 soldering station and go and solder like a, Billy Badass or whatever and be like, you can do this too. I don't want to give people the wrong impression that, and I need to spend $1,200 in order to get the results that I'm seeing on Sid's channel or whatever. Instead, I'm just using a $100 soldering iron, which works great for me. I gotta tell you, that Signum is almost worth getting one of those 3U, 1U frames for. Really? I've never seen 3U, 1U frames. Wow, as I live and breathe. Huh. Wow. Man. I'm glad I streamed today. I got so much new shit in my pocket. This is cool. I love my pencil tip for SMD work. I got a pencil for $25. No cat hair and toe jam. Yeah, well, the tip I have, dude, is like the end of it was, like all I had to do to solder it was to put the tip in the middle of the component and just let the heat radiate from it to heat up the pads. And that was the only way I could get it. I tried soldering one pad at a time and everything, and it just kept effing up. And I just put a little glob of solder on the tip and dropped it down on the... Here, let me get a bigger shot so you can see what I dropped it down on the component, and like the glob just kind of, once it heated enough, it slid to it, and I could pull it up, and it worked, although it took more than one try. It was a bunch of tries. Let me go back to that. Yeah, so hot air would be good too when you're doing small. The problem is blowing it away. So that's the hard part, but I agree with you. That was an option. In this particular repair, I was right next to electrolytic caps and a BGA, and it was a very fine lane to work in, so it just wasn't going to happen. And there were some plastic connector parts right by it too, so even if I built like a shield and tried to wall it off with foil and Captain tape, it was still going to be a nightmare. And I was worried that the air was going to increase the flow of the air through it. Hot plate, yeah, a hot plate would be good, but the board had plastic components on the other side, so it was like the worst case scenario. It was like, how could this suck more? Well, let me show you. You too worried about BGAs? No, like, let me, well, it was more like a heat thing. Because it had a big, well, whatever. You're probably right. Tronics parts, okay, what's up, Tronics? Yeah, it was just it was like as bad of a situation as you could get. I don't know. I streamed a little bit, but I worked mostly on that projector off camera. Or, yeah, I didn't even record it because I was like, I just need to get this thing out of here. Workshop computer. What's up? Oh, yeah. This little rude boy here. Check this out. One of our new followers over on Twitch brought this up, and I was unaware of it. So, yeah, it looks like, you know, a little synth in a little Pelican plastic case. Very cool. Yeah. But, you know, we've seen these before. This thing, I didn't realize it until it kept pointing out, has this. So there's a Pi in here, a Pi Pico, I think is what it was. It's a Pi, it's Raspberry Pi, and this is, I guess, like a data memory. I'm not 100% on how this part works totally, but you can write code. You can write code on it and basically store it that way, and pop it in, and you can get different effects. Yeah, computer FAQ. Let me see. Yeah, like you have MIDI functions. You have a Turing machine. You have reverbs, and a bunch of other little things, like some cool little deals. And they're all changed by just pulling that out and popping that in. Very, very cool idea, novel concept, really. Yeah, I think the case, it looks like a Pelican hard case. Like a, what are those, the 1201s? Oh, yes. Oh yeah, this is a Storm case too. They're Pelican, but they're like a cheaper version of Pelican. They're not watertight, which is fine. Like if you don't need a watertight case, the Storm cases are great. And yeah, you can lock it. That's cool. That's really fucking cool. Yeah, the idea that it's you can program and code for it and has a whole SDK on it is pretty cool. Let me check something here. Your mom is a Pelican case. Zing! No fart sound emulator. So you know NLC has that module, right? It's the, what is it, Sandy Freckles? I think it's what it's called. PiPico is an MCU, not a CPU. It's like a STM32, but faster and with software-defined IOs. I don't like it being a Raspberry, as everyone assumes it runs Linux. Oh, okay. What was the Catgirl synth stuff you were looking at? Well, we've been going through Ken Stone's site here. Are you familiar with CGS at all? we've been going through his designs. So he like when I first got into this, a lot of my modules were CGS modules, Ken Stone modules, and then he kind of like quit offering PCBs. He kind of got out of it, and he like LB Designs, which is another company in Australia. They put them out, but I don't really like them that much. The designs and so forth. And anyways, this guy is kind of a mad scientist sort of cat, and they converted his website into this wiki, which is way easier to go through. But you can see these are all modules. Some of them are repeated, but every one of these blue links is a module design that he has up here. Some of them are based off of Surge. Some of them are based original. You know, it's all over the place. And I'm a huge fan, but I've kind of gotten out of it. And I was like, you know what we could do? We could take his designs here and let me see if I can remember. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I have like well, let me check something. Let me go back to, this was the peak trough. So here, let me just do, yeah. So we'll go to the dual peak trough. So we took this schematic and these wiring diagrams, and then we went in, let me see if I have it. We went in and converted it to a schematic in KiCAD. And we just have this one we have in a schematic, but we have some other designs where I also just went ahead and tried to design the PCB. This one obviously isn't that complicated versus some other designs. But, you know, it's not a picture. And that was the issue I had, is like he has these schematics and they're fine, but they're not the easiest thing to read. And there is not necessarily inaccuracies, but they're just, I don't know, it's kind of written weird and, you know, revisions and blah, blah, blah. And so for posterity, I've wanted to take these, convert them into KiCAD, and then like get a handful of them and then reach out to him and be like, hey mate, can I publish this, you know, for people interested? I don't know where I was going with that. And, you know, see what he says. We could publish this on a GitHub and then keep going with it as time but at least for my own personal interest, I've kind of wanted to start converting these and making them into eurorack modules for my own. But the thing I was thinking of is that we'd do the schematics, and then we'd offer like, hey, is it okay if I publish the schematics? And then with the caveat of like, if you don't want the eurorack or the PCB designs, that's fine. But what we've been doing, what I plan to continue with, is to make the PCBs SMD and try to make them as small as possible, you know, really compact it down so that I can start living that Ken Stone life. By the way, website leaves Ruskies, that Soviet synth museum. You can't read it probably, but you can scroll to the pic of the Google Translate. Yeah, no, I think Google Translate did it. I think hundreds of different things. Some of them sound samples. Oh, interesting. 99% of them are shit. Like same boring pure shit. Oh, fair enough. Why is that Pharaoh using melting fuse symbol? Where do you see it? Okay. You mean that? Exactly, mate. You hit the nail on the head there. Like, I just don't like his schematic pictures. They're hard for me to read. Like when I was getting into electronics, it was honestly like a nice thing to like make you tough. But ugh. Yeah, the EU exactly. Oh shoot. Mum is a Pelican case. What do you get the Pelican case that has everything? Oh man. What time is it? Oh my god, you're kidding me. So it's midnight here. I gotta get up at 7. So I'm kind of sad we didn't get anything, but I don't know. We'll let me see. Let me look at my schedule real quick here. Jesus fuck, man. Give me just a second. I'm trying to remember this schedule. So Tuesday and Wednesday, I have, and technically Monday too, but are dark days. So I won't be working or anything. And then I think even Thursday, what was it? It's a half day. And I think we're just unloading a truck. I don't think we're doing, it's not going to be like anything crazy. I don't think it's late in the evening or anything like that. So it looks like the next possibility might be maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday for another hotel stream. Barring that bearing? I think I meant bearing. Off the hotel, the hotel I'm going to, what their Wi-Fi is going to be like, what their internet's going to be like. Where am I? I lost my page. There we go. Jump 2 time zones. Yeah, it's, well, compared to AZ, right? Bathtub next. Yeah, right. You know, when I went to the restroom earlier, I was like, I have this nice balcony. But then I'm like, and the kids are gone. The screaming kids are gone. And it's nice out. It's like 70 something outside. But I was like, well, but there's not gonna be any lights. It's just gonna be the glow from the monitor, and I don't know. Like the idea kind of like started to curve down as a good one. The EU resistor symbol is superior. I ordered a macrame along with a big room panel for SynthCube. Looking forward to those panels and PCBs. That is cool. I stopped using it as soon as we split from the USSR, just to spite Ruskies. Mine, yeah, I was about 10 years old. Right. Well, you're always a punk when you're younger. The holidays are weird. What state am I in right now? Texas. I'm in San Antonio for the next for a while. I have 2. This is a really weird, like, unique occurrence. I have 2 gigs that are in the same city, and they are like two-ish days apart. Well, almost 3, but whatever. And the guy I'm working for, it's both his clients, and he offered me, like, well, Sid, do you want to fly home and then fly back, or I can get you a hotel room? And he's like, and I'll work out something for a rate for you for dark days, and you can stay. And I was like, dude, I'd rather stay because I don't really love getting on and off a plane. So let's minimize it. Yeah, it is. It's really nice out right now. Let's see. What does it say? 74 is what it says according to the internet temp thing. Yeah, well, it's not too bad. I went out yesterday and I saw it was only 89 degrees, and I was like, "Oh, that's nothing." But I forgot that's not Arizona 89. And oh man, I was just dripping sweat. I was like wiping my eyes over and over with my shirt sleeve so I could like open them. It was so awful. I hated it. Hated it, hated it, hated it. And yeah. Might have ANSI logic and resistor still. I will go back to IEC when the... Fair enough, mate, right? Hey. There's one thing I've learned about... how do you put it? Like Eastern European countries that were part of the Soviet Union, and they are no more, is that there's a very good reason. You know? Not to get too deep into world events or anything, but a long time ago... but as this was in 99, 2000, I was for a short time living overseas, and this one gal that my friend and we met was from Ukraine. And, you know, I'm 21, 22, something like that, and I'm kind of dumb. And I was like, oh, Russia. And I have never experienced a stronger stink eye in my life when she said, no, I'm Ukrainian, not, you know, like drew that line in the sand, like, no, bro, you need to recognize not Russia, Ukraine. And then years and years later, I met this one friend of mine who was from Latvia, Riga, actually, and I hope I'm pronouncing it all correctly. And she basically gave me the same rundown, and that was like I'm trying to remember when her family. I think it immigrated after the fall of the USSR and everything, but she echoed that same sentiment. And so I've kind of learned over time, like, you know, like I said, countries that were part of the USSR and aren't anymore are very much, they're like, there's a reason, mate. We don't want anything to do with those guys. I hear you. You need a sweatband essay? Why you say that, man? Yeah, no, she was polite. She knew, like, hey, I'm just a dumb American. I don't know everything. She was cool about it, but that stuck with me really. That was a learning moment for me. I was like, oh, okay. Did not know that. Know it now. Know it now. We'll never say that again. I don't want that icy stare. Oh man. Let's see. Shit. Ooh. Man. My stomach's kind of bugging me a little bit. Oh, weird. How do you... Oh, yeah, I don't have that anymore. How do you... No. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Oh, they're not there. All right. What does the schematic do? Oh, this one? That's a good question. Let me pull it up real quick. So this is a basically like a slew generator, I believe. Is a dual peak trough module, is a variation of the 1973 classic Surge peak trough module. It is much like the CGS analog logic voltage processor, though it's a little less precise. It is presented here for those who want to build themselves a classic Surge. There are two of each of the peak and trough modules on the PCB, each having an additional input for use with manual level pot. The second of each has additional input to allow for the unit to be built on an 8-rope. Yeah, blah blah blah. A little additional circuitry has been added to remove the unit's dependency on a +5 voltage. The peak module is effectively a diode OR gate. An emitter follows the lower transistor it used to cancel out the voltage drop, and the input diode the upper transistor is consistent to pull up the trough module is reverse of the peak, based around a diode AND gate. Again, with an emitter following. I feel bad. I'm reading this, and I don't have a way to really describe it. And I'll be honest with you too, like most of all the NLC modules I ever build or I get was because I don't understand what they are. And that kind of fascinates me. Yeah, there you go. Porphyry kind of helped. It's a min-max. Put in 2 voltages, get 2 outs of the combined and the plus and combined. I've been at a conference in a situation where I say I'm Latvian, and the guy from the U.S. I'm talking with says, "So you're Russian, right?" Oh yeah, and the Finnish guy right next to us literally jumps in front of me, expecting me to just hit, yeah, right. No, I understand, man. Hey, you gotta foil hats. You gotta give Americans that benefit of stupidity, you know. As one, well, I don't want to trash my own country or anything like that, but it could be better. Could be better. Yeah, the Finnish too. Yeah, exactly. Well, Scandinavia in general, but yeah. We don't hit people. Oh, yeah, no. But, it's just a dumb thing. It's so from the U.S. point of view, the whole fall of the Soviet Union and everything just was like, it didn't really land here, I think, as much. I mean, and I was a child, when it was happening, but even as, the decades went on afterwards, it's still like it's just not as formidable of an event. And that's true with other things. I mean, what do you look at the fall of the Berlin Wall and things like that? That was a major event, but over here, it didn't really, they barely taught us, anything about that in school. You had to watch the news or whatever to really educate yourself on that topic, which is stupid, but here we are. It was literally U.S. making, though. I'm not sure I follow you there. What, the fall of the USSR was the U.S. thing? I guess I'm not up on my history because I'm not really. I don't know about that. Okay. Okay, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I do remember that. Okay. I do. Yeah. And that later led to a whole other series of fascinating world events. Those two things together made it collapse. That makes sense. Putin came to. Yeah. I get history and world politics and sociopolitical. That's far from even something I feel comfortable talking about, because I'm not very knowledgeable about it, obviously, and two, it's usually just bums me out. So I try not to like get into it. It just bums me out. We felt the following. It was used to first chance to fight our freedom. Basically, that's it. Not much more. Big lines. Yeah, no. I like that. It's the broad strokes, I think, is the term we're looking for there. In broad strokes, that is the history of the fall. Now, I kind of wish I was a bit of a history buff and so forth. My uncle was a big history buff, and he was always really fun. He lived in San Francisco. The last time we visited him is when he passed away about a year or so afterwards. But he, man, he took us to all these cool different places in San Francisco and the Bay Area, and we'd go like. We'd be like, oh, this is where Jack London, blah blah blah, and this is where they, the great fires happened, and this is where they built and he'd just give you all this history. Like, hanging out with him, I learned so much. And as someone who likes to entertain people, I don't know if you know that's what I'm doing here. I have like I wish I had that knowledge that my uncle did about those kind of things, and the ability to retain it and throw it back to people. I really wish I had that. I'd love to make this channel about that kind of things, but like I said, I'm a dumb American, and I barely feel like I'm competent enough to talk about electronics on stream, let alone anything else. I think at Burn Shuttle we had one, so they had to have one, even though it was kind of stupid idea. A corporate rocket that cost $500 million every launch. Genius. Well, guys, I'd love to stay and stream some more, but I probably should get some sleep, and tomorrow's it's not too bad. It's like we just have like a morning session. I think I'm done around like noon. I think it just goes to lunch, and then I'll eat lunch, come to my room, nap, chill, relax, and then I gotta go back and do the evening dinner session, and then once we're done with the dinner session, then we have to strike. And then load up the truck too, I think too. And it's going to be a long fucking day tomorrow. And the way I negotiated the rate and everything is that I'm basically getting paid for 5 hours for the first half, and then the other half is going to be 5 hours plus 1 hour overtime. No matter how long it takes, he guaranteed me an hour of OT on top of it. So I basically get a regular 10-hour day plus 1 hour of OT, and it's going to start from 8 a.m. and probably go till 1 a.m. the next, 1 or 2 a.m. the next day. So kind of sucks. I'm thinking I probably should play it smart a little bit, and but hopefully the next hotel the internet is good. I did bring my selfie stick in as well, so although I found out my phone ISP, they're being jerks. They really don't like me using a bunch of bandwidth. So I don't know. We'll figure it out. I like the corporate rocket house, $500,000. Shuttle was not a bad into it, but 99% of the shit was. It was kind of a cool for science and proving we could do it, but it sucks way too much resources. Only floating dock able to accept airplanes, carriers. First, it had never built. All right. Well, let me find some. I think I got a good place for us to raid over on the Twitch side. I looked at YouTube. Let me check again, but I didn't see any of our usual. Oh, wait a minute. Who's this cat? I don't think I've seen this channel. Let me pull this cat up real quick. Oh, they're not on anymore. Let me refresh this page. Is there anyone? No, it says they're live. Let me see. I didn't see it. I think we could do that. Give me just a second. I need to organize all this. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you know what? Actually. Yeah, I'll just let that end. Okay, so for Twitch, it looks like we're gonna raid over to our old buddy, our old pal, Astronomy Show. They're cruising space right now. It looks pretty awesome. Let me give you our social media links if you're not already got them. I'm gonna throw them in them chat. If you do the social media thing, please give us a follow. I'm pretty active on all of them. I don't post on Twitter anymore because it's pretty well. I haven't tried it lately. Maybe it's better, but for a very long time, it was just completely bot ridden, and there was just I never got the feeling like anyone was reading those, so I just kind of stopped. But I don't know. Maybe I'll post again someday. It's not the end of the world or the beginning. Let's see. Let's go to Tronics. Take care, mate. Have a good rest of the day, night. Who goes on Twitter? Yeah, I did too. I still see that people, like a lot of other people still use it and so forth. To each his own, sure. But yeah, I'm not a big fan. I don't even like I'm like this old guy. I don't even like these microblog social media sites. I never understood them. Like I'm not joking. What is it, like 10 or 15 years ago? I remembered I had some friends over at my house, and I kind of noticed that, like, hey, all these people are about my age. I'm going to ask. And I said, like, hey, do you guys understand Twitter? And this is like 15 years ago, and they're like, what do you mean? Like, what do you fucking do on it? I don't get it. I never understand, and I still don't quite get it. And thankfully, they were all like, yeah, I don't get it either. I'm like, you write something and people give a shit? That doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, exactly, foil hats. And, like, if you do get interaction, there's a pretty good chance it's not going to be positive. So, yeah, totally. But hey, guys, I really appreciate everyone hanging out today. Twitter equals it's cute. You think your opinion matters. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of this weird ego thing. I mean, I try to just post like, look at this cool thing I found. Look at this cool. And I do post on the other microblogs like Threads and Mastodon and Blue Sky. I post on those, and I do get people interacting. So it's worth it there for me. But yeah, I just, I don't feel like posting like, you should never brr brr brr. I don't like that crap at all. I hate people that, you should do that. Brr, brr. I'm like, dude, put your opinions in the back. Put them in the box, in the back, in the bucket. Get rid of them. Yeah, it's still around. At least the Golden Shrimp Guild is the one I'm on, their server, and it seems to work fine. And I there's several different friends of mine that are active on there, and I check out their stuff. It's a very small number, like probably not even double digits, but whatever. I'm not bummed. It is of my opinion that a hot dog is a sandwich. Yeah, exactly. Like, who fucking, I don't remember ever caring about this. All right, let's get this night on the road. We got a raid over on Twitch cooking. Surely the most important debate. Exactly. One more time, guys. Thank you very, very much for an awesome... I was really kind of nervous this wasn't going to work out. And I got to say, like, this... Honestly, the stream couldn't have been any better. It's probably the best out-of-town stream I've ever had. Ever. So thank you very, very much, guys, for making that possible. I really appreciate everyone hanging out in the chat, chitty-chatting, and whatnot. Really, really, really awesome of you all, guys. Have a good rest of the weekend. I'll try to stream on like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere in that time period. We'll see how it works out. And yeah, let's see here. I got to remember how to do this. This is so fucking... Oh, do we go to... Nope. And I got the... Oh, wait. There it is. All right, let me cut away to that. We're going to bring our jams up just a little bit and say hasta luego. Wait.